It is now 10 o'clock. We will open our regular meeting of the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners, and we will start with a Public Works update from Public Works Director Jeff Hunter.
There you go. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that one. As long as I don't call it to my office before then.
Heather here. You have something on Earth. Yes, I do. We want to look at.
Oh, thank you. I have a question about that.
You might not be paid.
Yeah, I didn't figure, but I was going to drive by and look at it, but I have a question about that too.
Last but not least. Well, I'm contributing to the demise of climate. Okay.
It's almost like you're building a damn jail with this one.
We'll explain that one here in a little bit.
Whenever you're ready, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to skip to the very back, and the reason being is I have the auditor here and I don't want to take up a bunch of her time. And actually, to just talk about, I didn't actually ask her to come, but I think it's good that she is here. And this is good news. Heather acquired some grant money, correct me at any time that I get out of line here, because she's required to have secure ballot counting and got a grant for $80,000. We worked with her to do this. And what our plan is we looked at where she could have this without it becoming a major project. The best place to put this is where the veterans officer is now, in that office, because they need to be secure. It has to have a door that, you know, you can keypad so people can trace who's going in and out. Has to have some windows. So the idea is to remodel the veterans office in her area. While we do that, we'll also remodel that crappy bathroom. I don't know how else to say it, upstairs. That's the ADA bathroom that somebody just threw together because they were required to have one. We clean that up. We can do that all under the grant that Heather got. So it'd be no cost to the county to do that. Where the thing is I have kind of an idea about this, but again, this is not my thing to move people around. That's my thought, though, is we move the veterans guy down into economic development, where the SDC person sits, move the SDC person to WSU. Thank you. I talked with Richard. I also talked with Rob about this to see what their thoughts were. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Rob's supportive of this. So, because we have to get the veterans person out so we can actually use that area as
So the SBDC person, they have their own office in WSU.
there's a lot of room in WSU.
How many offices are actually in WSU?
There's two.
So I thought 2 in a storage unit. Right?
Yes.
Would it make more sense to have the veterans officer in the WSU side?
We could do that also.
No oversight of the veterans officer. We do have oversight. See it close. veteran into the economic development and not into the SU.
Yeah, I don't really know what either one does, but I thought that the SBCD person works with or works for is actually employed by WSU.
So that's kind of the kicker is I understand where you're coming with the veteran service officer, but if we're making that a community department, I can understand the veteran service officer being in there if it's a community liaison type of a one shoe, one pony thing. But I also understand the SBDC if it's WSU going to WSU. I can see it the other way around too. I also was under the impression that before we even talked veteran service officer, the economic development department was looking for someplace for the SBDC person because they needed that office space for their own personnel. So technically,
That's because they were under the impression that everybody needs a private office. And
So the one that matters though is the SBDC person deals with confidential information. They have to have a
well, so does the veteran services.
so
Yes, they each have to have their office. That's why, again, I don't care where we put them. Doesn't matter to me. We'll put them wherever. I just threw those out as options, but if there's other options or moving them around, they just need offices. And I know that I have those spaces available. WSU has an office space, and so does economic development, as long as, you know, I don't know, there might be future plans to put somebody in that office.
I kind of look at it that, I mean, like I said, I see it both ways, moving whoever we move, I can understand the pros and cons. But I also kind of look at it that maybe sharing a WSU office, since they both work for the same outfit, might coerce them into getting along better than throwing a veteran service officer in there like we had noxious weed before, and that went over not so great. You throw the veteran services person in there, I think you're gonna have the same chaos.
one thing.
You have to get to a microphone if you want to talk, sir.
One thing I don't know for sure, well, I do know for sure the veteran service officer has locked files that have to be secure, correct? SBDC, I'm not sure she stores a lot of files in that office because it's only here so many days a week. So whichever office works best to secure the veterans' files, which would probably be the one in economic development. Unless she has files in there as well that she has to store on site.
Yeah, the only thing I've heard from the SBDC is they need a private conference room to have their talks. Not for storing files and that kind of stuff, so
Well,
that pushes me to
No,
the
no,
veteran
no,
services up in economic development and the community development. Which
she,
what it.
she also works with Casey Peta and stuff, doesn't she? I mean,
Well, she
yeah.
works for.
so her involvement with Richard and everybody, I've seen pretty heavy involvement there. I like the idea of the veterans service on the main floor too, because of accessibility. That's.
on the bottom. floor.
Mhm.
I think you're
Could be
going to
shared
open
office.
up a.
Well, we have
can of
change.
chaos.
We have changes in WSU too, if I remember right from last week. So I'm not sure where
Yeah,
we're
but
at.
it still comes down to the WSU director is not our employee,
Mhm.
but it is a.
And
And-
part of the concept was between WSU employees, could they share an office space? You know, the veteran service officer cannot share an office space. That
Mm.
stuff is highly confidential, protected information, so you could have people, you know, other people in there as much as maybe the SBDC could potentially.
I remember because we were talking about SBDC sharing it out, because she needed an office like Salmon. And we were talking about putting her in with WSU. You've got an office, you're not always there, and.
This, they said, I don't have a problem with SBDC going to WSU at all. I think you put veteran services down there, you're gonna cause chaos.
But I do really appreciate, having that on the lower floor, and that makes most sense.
And being able to lock up their information. They, no brainer, they have stuff they have to lock up,
Right.
right?
Yeah, they would all have their own lock.
And just
office.
because you go in a main entry door doesn't mean that's a whole department. It could be divided between the two offices.
I don't have to know today. I just, we're not gonna start the project till probably November. We've been coordinating with Heather.
Isn't Hannah on her schedule today, or is it Thursday, or when was it? Yeah, so technically, I guess if you don't know, it'd be nice to not make a decision, to be able to do some research, maybe even ask Hannah what her preference is.
Okay.
And not that you would ask, but.
Okay,
we
good,
could
because
ask.
I know what she's gonna tell me.
Well, I know what she's gonna tell us too, but if she's coming in on next Tuesday, we can ask the question of which one would you prefer?
Frank's a charming guy.
Well, I don't think Frank would. Frank would not be as easy to deal with that Hannah had Marty for so long, and I don't know that Frank is not Marty.
No.
So that's why I said you would get chaos.
That office that he's in, that's gonna be like always a secure location for ballots, and so.
And all of our
we're
tabulation
using,
equipment,
yeah,
and all of our tabulation
yeah,
equipment.
tabulation.
Yes, the state would like all of our tabulation equipment aged in some manner when it is not actively being used. I'd rather not put bars on my window than the basement. There's no ventilation, and that would be a way more.
Yeah, we wanted to keep it close, so it was, so her people could come and go as they needed to, so they weren't up and down, up and down.
We just built a building big enough.
Well, the building's plenty big enough. It's just the offices are too large and the ceiling space is too large, and the open floor plan is
Should we get?
very nice for cubicles, but not very nice for private offices unless you went and.
We could just
Did
move my
more building.
entire election center into Wazoo. And then move Hannah over to my office. I'll take Hannah.
How can? Oh, you're.
We'd like to get
Really?
we'll
Do it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, let us.
Okay, we'll come
Keep
back,
considering
we'll
this
bring
again.
this back up again in
I
a
don't know,
couple
we
of
run
weeks or so.
Thing on our morning one.
Oh, yes.
Workshop.
Oh,
We'll bring this, we can rehash this.
never mind.
Okay, we'll
Thank
go
you, Mr.
through,
Auditor.
Good point.
we'll go through the other stuff pretty quick. We have a hearing today, as we've talked about today and tonight. Consent agenda, we have a supplement agreement number 1 with Bear Testing to increase the amount so they can do testing.
Can I put you on hold real quick? We do have the undersheriff in the room. Do you have something pressing for us, or do you want to hang out until he's done and then?
No.
Okay, you're just here. Okay.
Okay, well, I have something for her too,
Okay.
but we'll bring, I don't know. if
I didn't
she's
want to
here
make
for
her
that.
sit here for an hour.
I don't know if she's here for that anyway.
Okay.
Because it's just a heads up. They're gonna present, a lot of that will be presented by them. So we talked about that. We have a settlement agreement for East Road. This is for the underpass that we have to reconstruct as part of our paver. We have the first and final pay estimate to West Coast Solutions. This is for grinding up Market Street that everybody was so happy about, grinding up Market Street, and Bickleton Highway. Again, public hearing. Construction, Courtney Road is substantially complete.
Can I back you up to the grinding of
Sure.
Bickleton Highway? Why was that? Hopefully you can tell me why that was done and grinded and then is waiting so long for asphalt. Did he only have a certain amount of window where he could actually do the grinding? That's what I assume.
Yeah, we only have, because we still have to go in and compact the base. And now after we had all the trucks and everything on it, we got a bunch of soft spots. Which actually, if you're gonna get them, this is the time to get them, so you don't have failure. So now they'll have to dig them out, even with because in Market Street, it doesn't have a lot of base. It was just basically paved on top of dirt. And so we ground it up and we dug it out, we put some material in, we put fabric in, and it's even then, it failed in some locations because the water hit it so hard. and all the truck traffic and everything. So we dug it out to the 44 inches to the hard pan and brought it back up. And so the goal, we have to get it paved back or Bob will find a new place to live before the car show.
When is that?
That's in Labor Day weekend, but the goal is to do that by August 20th. Okay, on the construction schedule, you said we do have substantial completion for Courtney Road. Contractors working on completing the punch list. Rock Creek and Old Highway 8 contractors still working on submittals. We have not, no date has been established yet to start, but we can't start until the fall anyway, due to the fish window. Slope flattening is complete on Pine Forest. We got some more to do on Trout Lake Highway. Guardrail installation will begin next week and that will take care of that project. That's all federally funded. Same with the white plastic lines, and the contracts and bonds have been sent to the contractor for signature. And we're still working on the traffic counts. It will be because we're using our staff. Road design, curb warning project is on ad. Bid opening is August 15th. Data collection documentation is being drafted. Division 1 spec for Bickleton Highway paving. That's what the Market Street rebuild is for, because we're going to come in and pave that along with East Road and a part of Roosevelt Grade, the part that didn't get paved. We're waiting for Division 1 approval. Sundale right-of-way packages are being complete. We're waiting for concurrence with DHAP on the archaeological report, and then we will send out for right-of-way. East Road, we're working on that also. Right-of-way process is complete. Now we can start working on actually doing the project. Bridge repair bundles are drafting preliminary documentation. And we're starting preliminary work on the Schrantz Road bridge replacement, the overlay on Sunnyside Road. There is one little kicker to that, which we can discuss later on when I get it more hammered out. The solar companies came to me. Part of their project is they have to temporarily fix that bridge. And it's about, I don't know, 130,000 to them. They proposed floating the loan and they would pay for the whole thing and not do a temporary. And I said, they got to propose something to me, see what that means. I see where they're going with this stuff. If they do, because they know we have a grant for it, can't hide that, it's a known fact. So they're like, well, if we just floated, I said, because I don't get the grant money and I don't have the money to float that loan. That's why I'm not going to build it. But your project's going to go in before that. They're like, well, how about we just pay for it? And then you guys pay us back.
With the grant money.
Yeah, which means they don't lose the $130,000. Just, if they're doing it for doing the minor fix, I'm
They're
not
out the
paying
money.
for that.
Right.
That just, they pay for that out of their pocket and they never get that back. But yeah, I'll bring that forward a little bit more. So just kind of giving you the heads up that they've proposed that. I have to also check with the granting agency and see if they'll even allow that.
Yeah.
But typically they will, because they would allow us to float the dollars. And then we just, if we wanted to build it and it needed to happen and the county wanted to pay for it, they would allow that. They would be okay with that. And then they would reimburse us on the granting schedule, which I think is around 26. So they would let us, but I don't know if they would allow somebody, a third party, to pay for
Well, and I don't know that the solar company would technically, I would want it in the contract that for some reason, if we did that, and then the grant was no longer available, that I don't owe you,
it. Right, exactly. There'd be a lot more caveats, a lot more stuff to make sure that it was done. And I still don't know, like I told them, I still don't know if that'll meet their schedule. It's a completely different set of environmental documents that you have to go through when you're just actually just stabilizing the bridge versus just completely replacing the bridge. So it may not meet their window anyway. So that may not be an option. Okay, we'll keep moving on. I think that takes care of that. We're east maintenance projects, base repair and east side culverts are continuing. We're also working on getting cost for the fire. On the west end, we're doing the base repair from Sleepy Hollow. If you remember when they came in at the 6th year, that this is the time we're doing the work now. We told them we would take care of it. We're gonna take care of it. Upcoming facilities. Civil work, sidewalks is the same. We do have a schedule now for health. We're going to coordinate with Aaron. August 14th through the 18th, they will be replacing or doing those working on those units. Pioneers, jails, the same. Superior Court, same. Dispatch is complete. We talked about the new project. I'll just change that.
What, can I interrupt you? Go back to
Sure.
the jail roof schedule for September. Is there going to be any kind of a conflict with the jail with that roof being done? They're gonna have to facilitate moving anything anywhere, just.
No. The nice thing is because the jail's 24 hours, 7 days a week, we don't have to do it at night like we did when we did the courthouse roof. There may be, because there may be some complaints, we'll put stuff out. People may not like the smell of the tar, but we're talking considerable amount of money difference if you do it during the day than you do it at night. So my recommendation is, we'll work with them, but I say we keep moving forward. We're gonna not go to nights or weekends. We pay a lot more for premium time. On the events side, back to school bash is this Saturday. Rodeo Bible Camp was a success. We worked it out. Everything worked out fine. They were very happy. We're preparing for the fair, which is coming up August 14th through the 20th. Annex 4 remodel, floor covering is complete. We're reinstalling doors and doing some other small items along with our carpenters are jumping back and forth between that and getting some stuff done at the fairgrounds. Some projects the fair board wanted that they're paying for. Fuel Island we talked about. Radio tower, that's where that plan comes in. The foundation was poured last Thursday. Tower construction is scheduled for next week. What you see on this plan, you see all the dots. All those dots, that's around the perimeter of the site, that's in the site. Those are what they call exothermic welds or bonds for the grounding. What an exothermic bond is a chemical bond that creates a fusion. It's 2,700 degrees is what they come in at. We talked about this a lot. I mean, you could put a cover over it, you could do a lot of things, but my recommendation is that we tell the contractor they're not doing it until October. I do not want to take the risk of a fire up there.
You can't have a brush truck on site.
Oh, they have that, but the problem with the exothermic weld is it's a chemical weld. You can't put it out with water. It's a flashbang thing is what it is. It was, and then it shuts down. But if for some reason, some clown forgets to put cover over the top of it and there's wind and that blows that sucker out, keeping in mind this north end where they are, right above that is brush. And right in this area here is the reservation.
Mhm.
I mean, we've haggled with this a lot. I really have. I didn't want to do this, but there's 119 of these things that they're going to have to do.
What does that do for scheduling of completion of the project if we do this in October?
They will still get the project complete because this takes approximately 2 weeks. We were planning on bringing the site on in September, towards the middle to end of September. This would push it back. They could still set the tower. We could put the equipment in. You can't hook anything up without the grounding. You can't put power to any of the equipment because a lightning strike burn up all your equipment. And I haven't had a chance to sit down with Jeff on this, I mean, we really hem-hawed a lot. I really hem-hawed a lot about this, because I hate to push them back. But at the same time, having a fire up there terrifies the heck out of me. Because what the tribe did with PUD just outside of Old Highway 8 on just parcels that got burned. If our guys, the contractor sets that fire, races up the hill and burns up the reservation or a portion of the reservation. I don't know that that would be good. for
Well,
any
and
of us.
it's one thing if we're liable, not knowing the risk, but now the risk has been brought to our attention. So now if a fire happens, not only are you far more liable, but I would say the citizens are gonna be far more angry. And I'm kind of one of them fire guys that err on the side of caution. And I understand the radio tower getting done this year, but as long as it still gets done this year, I don't see a reason not to err on the side of safety of the public and postpone that. That's
We-
my opinion.
We did talk to Tony Browning yesterday, to get his take. And he was concerned. He said, you know, you water everything down and, you know, and I think you'll be okay. But the more I thought about it last night, and the 119 of these things that they have to do, it's literally a charge, basically, is what it is. They wire something in, they hit it with a battery charge, it goes woof, shoots flame, and it shoots spark, it goes woof, and then it sits right back down. But when it does that, it's 2,700 degrees. It's extremely hot. It's a chemical. When I found out water does not put it out.
Right, but that's not what, I mean, you're in essence welding.
Yes,
metal.
you're welding
You
wire,
don't-
yes.
You don't put that out, it's what that's going to burn. that you
Right.
Put out, and everything that's going to actually burn, as long as you have a, you know, a brush truck or something
Mhm.
there that can put it out and you have fire watch. I'm not really concerned, especially I just flew over that and, you know, the sites, you know, I don't see how it's gonna jump from one of these internal things to the brush way over there. It's, you know, that doesn't make sense.
No, and that was the first opinion I took, honestly. I'm like, I don't see it. And then the more I thought about it, though, is spark gets blown out. It just concerns me because all it takes is from them not to put the cover on. Because, you know, when you talk with Tony, you would cover it with a 55 and then shoot the, you know, and then basically touch it off. But all it takes is the contractor to be careless and just one time not do that. And even if our inspector's right there, he turns his back, whatever, he's in the restroom, somebody shoots that thing off, it blows a spark out there. We may not know it for a while.
For 2 days.
Yes. And then if it starts a fire, then we're in violation because, you know, in a level 3, you're not really supposed to be doing spark emitting items.
Well, I was gonna say, would we ever authorize this permit for anybody else?
I wouldn't.
Probably not. And, you know, I'll talk with Jeff King more. But again, I'll do whatever the board says, but I just want to bring it to your guys' attention that,
Yeah, I look at it that even if they do cover, if one spark gets out of there, I mean, how many lightning fires did we find when the lightning storm was 2 days ago?
mhm.
One spark is all it takes. I would never authorize a variance to our burn ban for somebody to do this, so why should I allow a variance for myself to do it? Just to get a radio tower online 2 months earlier. We've been waiting for 5 years. It just does not, the risk reward is just not there for me, so.
How long is this gonna hold us back? Or how much is this gonna cost if we do hold them back?
Well, there may be a little bit for remo, but they're not going to hit us with a lot. We won't stand for that. One, because they could have started earlier. They chose not to. So if they would have started earlier, would they been within the fire window? I don't know. I don't know. I've actually heard from the landowners up there already about, you know, they want them out of there by 1. Okay, I get that. It's fire season. And I would not have this discussion with the lad because I could tell you where they would stand on it. Because I even said, look, you know, we talked to the fire, they can get a waiver, and they're like, I don't care if they get a waiver or not. If you're driving across my property, you're not doing it after 1.
Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, especially if you're at a 2 or 3 hoot owl.
Right, and then we're at a 3 right now.
Right, and so, but as long as you're doing it in the morning and you have the water and you water it down, and I mean, people weld out in the forest all the time on equipment, you know, on logging shows in places that are actually gonna burn, you know, the millions of acres. I mean, this really isn't that much different, other than we have control and we can tell them, you're not doing it after 1, you need to water the ground, you need to have a fire watch, all that's normal operating procedure. To stop a remote, everything's risk versus reward.
Yes.
I don't know that he has guidance yet. I'm a no. Is there any official no's or yeses to give him actual guidance?
Well, especially since we're the rule makers. It's not a good look on our watch that if we ask the public to do one thing, we authorize ourselves another. And I understand that type of work being around construction families, and I think I'd rather err on the side of caution. I think you're right to think about it twice. I would rather say a no.
We usually wouldn't require a permit for this welding. I mean, it's
No,
it's not open,
no,
open flame or anything, and it turns off, so.
I guess Commissioner Anderson, my big fear, and the more I thought about it is we had a contractor start a fire on one of our projects over in Wishram when they did Bluff Road. And they were on the stinking road. And, you know, it's a little different. They were using a cutting torch, but they decided to pull a stupid cutting torch out and they set the whole hillside on fire. Road ended up paying for some of that fencing up there. This contractor just walked away. Their insurance company didn't pay for it for some stupid reason. And it was just easier for us than to take up the battle back then. Decision was made, we just paid for it.
I have no problem going with my seatmates. I guess I just look at it as, can it be mitigated? Can we save the county money, and can we ensure that it's done safely? That's the only thing, you know, I can serve, but I'm fine with pushing it off. It's just, don't let it cost us too much money.
No, we won't. And they're still going to follow that procedure even in October.
Mhm.
I mean, but there's a much less likely chance. Okay.
So they can't install any of the equipment until this gets.
No, they can install all the equipment. They just can't hook it up. Because of the chance of a, you know, electrical
Right.
storm or something. This is about a 2-week process. So essentially they'll come in, they're going to still set up the tower. It gives us the ability to actually, because our crews are finishing the fence. And now I don't have to try to program around them. Not that that's not a big deal. We still have to finish the front end of the fence because the fence is all the way around the compound. This all has to be grounded. So, and we would have had to get in there and do that anyway. So that'll save them working around our crews too. So when they go in, they bring in their crew. Rick's going to meet with them today and they're going to talk this afternoon. So. Okay. Guardrail, I brought this. This is the guardrail on Canyon Road. What happened is, well, there isn't guardrail. The logging company logged that piece on Canyon Road.
How long ago?
This just recently.
Okay.
And we had this in another place, but the slope wasn't as steep. This is about a 1-to-1 slope. It is steep and it is a long ways to the bottom. It does warrant guardrail. Problem is, you know, and I told them, I said, okay, here's the steps. When I talked to Rick, I think his name is, said, here's the steps. 1, we'll look at it and see if it warrants guardrail. I said, 2, I just don't have the money sitting around to put guardrail. I haven't had a chance. We're going to look and see if we've had any accidents. We've been put on notice, so eventually we will because it meets the requirement. He stirred up enough people. We've gotten quite a few calls. When I did Commissioner Zoller's had a few calls. So it does meet conditions to put guardrail in. Problem is, it's about $90,000.
Why would the logging company not have to put a guardrail in if they took the trees off the edge of the road?
Because they own the trees. They can do whatever they want with the trees. So-
Is there anything in their cutting permit from DNR that makes them responsible for damages? No, nothing.
No, and actually, we've been pushing the logging companies outside of this thing to take the trees off the edge of the road because they usually don't. It's simpler and it's cheaper for them not to, but then they blow into the road because they don't have any protection.
Mhm.
And then we're stuck with the mess. So that happened up in Spring Creek a few years ago. I think Commissioner Anderson's aware of that. And we had a big mess up there. And then we're stuck cleaning it up because it's in our road. So we've been pushing them to take them. And so they took them and, now, like I explained to Rick, I said, it wasn't a safe condition anyway. You wouldn't want it to hit a tree. Still don't want to hit a tree. But
But it's
It-
better than going off a cliff.
yeah, and especially now you can see it and our supervisor said it gets pretty slick there in the winter and
Mhm.
so
What kind of a road is that? I'm not familiar with it. Is it?
it's an 07. It's one of our arterials.
And it's used a lot.
So
Oh,
like,
yeah.
we have the same thing, like, when they logged on Stotts Road, Upper Stotts, it used to be all wooded like that, and now you've got one
Yes.
cliffs. I mean, I did Canyon Roads an arterial,
Mhm.
but that just happens everywhere.
It does. It does. And in stats, we didn't do it because we look at it as primitive and,
Right.
that's a different story.
That's not primitive through there. The top end of Stotts isn't primitive, is it? It
It's a
only
lot
gets-
lower volume though.
Yeah, it only gets primitive after you go past the house.
Yeah, I think you're right. But nobody actually complained. Hey, but we got somebody in
That's-
Canyon that is complaining, and once they put us on notice that it's not safe, we go out, we actually do the look. Then if somebody does come out, it'll probably be bad for
Any
us.
potential grants for it if there has been an accident through that area?
There would be, there might be. The problem is we could definitely get a Fed grant for it, but we're years out for that. I mean, I have 70,000 programmed for next year for guardrail repair and upgrades. But these people may not. Yeah, well, again, Commissioner Zollers talked to them. I've talked to a couple of them. And I told them, this is the process. We got to have the money. Well, the board's going to give you the money. We guarantee it. I go, well, okay. But
Find them.
I'm just giving you the heads up because once I tell them, because they want to know.
You don't have any other funds that you can move around in your $1 million public works road fund? And you're coming with a general fund ask for this guardrail?
Well, I can see, we'll talk about that more in the budget. Our funds are very not what people think they are. They're very limited. And I really don't have anything. I will look though and see if we can drain something out. There's the potential to cut back. I prefer not to do that though on the Bickleton Highway because, we want to keep that moving forward. There's that potential. I'll look at, but we had enough programmed in to do Courtney Road. But let me look, maybe we could squeeze together enough to get that contract. And because we have a guardrail contractor here, it'll take us a little while. Maybe we can get a decent price out of it. We can get that in. But I will, we'll try to do
Do
that.
some more research, let me know.
Okay, we'll try to do that.
And so I guess being put on notice, that's one thing, but the county didn't make a change, a private landowner made a change.
Right.
So then I would ask, do we really have any more liability than we've ever had, whether you hit a tree or you go off the cliff?
We have to some degree. I'm not an attorney. I mean, we have liability, but you have to have time to fix that too.
You gotta have time and money. to
Yes,
fix that.
you can't just all of a sudden, you are correct. You can't just, they log the trees, now all of a sudden you have to react immediately.
Yeah.
But I don't know how that would play out. If somebody went off there and
But we could put it on the 6-year road plan, right?
yes. Well, I
So-
mean, we could do it next year for that matter, because we have $70,000. We could easily, I could easily move stuff around and give us the rest of the money.
That's what I'm thinking. If you can't find your money this year, then it's just gonna have to be.
It would just have to be next year and we could program it so it came in January.
So my understanding, there was a guardrail there and the logging took it out, or the trees were your buffer?
The trees were, the trees were the
Now, we need-
guardrail.
okay,
Yeah, there was never a guardrail.
okay.
No, if they take it out the guardrail, that'd be a different
Yes,
conversation
okay.
altogether. But no, the trees were used. We had the same thing happen up.
Had them cut them trees off about 5 feet.
And guardrail posts.
Then you
Yeah.
could just put some 2x4s. between.
There we go. It'd be like all natural. Okay, a couple other things real quick. We worked with Benjamin. Benjamin got another grant for TIB. And we are gonna do some paving and some chip sealing for them in in September. So more work for them. We talked about the auto secure area, cell block fence, and we're still working on a price on that. And this is not why Carmen's here, but since she is here and I have it on the list, I wanted to bring it to your attention. And she may be able to add more light on this. We got a call from the person in charge, Lauren, saying that they had an audit at the jail and that they had to get the venting changed because people could stick a blanket in there and essentially hang themselves. I don't know who designed it. It's a terrible location. The venting is right by the stinking toilet. And you can't change the venting, so you got to just change we're proposing to change the vent covers. We'll bring a cost forward, but in that fund, I do not have the extra money to do that. But I just wanted to, let you guys, let the board know that that's where we're headed. We're put together, we have some different alternatives. We're gonna find the cheapest alternative. Essentially, we're gonna replace it. The vents now, they're horizontal with vents that have small holes in them. Where you can't, like a 3/16 or 3/32 hole, you can't put a blanket in there and tie it off and jump off the toilet. Did I cover that correctly? Did I cover that? You weren't maybe. Okay.
God bless us. He was.
There's actually, so I was just down in one of the cell blocks,
There's
vent
two
covers.
vents, yes.
So there's 2 vent covers per cell, so.
60 of them is what we
Yeah.
count.
Yeah, that one's not a road fund regardless. So we'll
Right.
be paying for that one way or the other. So
And I don't know what their time frame is, Lawrence said it needed to be done. I don't know.
now,
Mhm.
Okay, I assume it's now.
now,
Okay. So you're familiar with it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have.
I have a question on the fair and them wanting to put the new livestock barn using dually funds. Can you give me a brief rundown of dually funds? Do we have to authorize expenditures to dually funds, or do they just get to pick and choose whatever they want to do and not necessarily what we want to do, or how does that work?
That's a good question, because I've been told, it's in your budget. Ultimately, the treasurer has control. So I assume you have a say because you guys control the budget. Again, this is me just assuming. So I don't know that for sure. They do have to come to expense it. We're preparing the bid packet and you'll have to approve the bid. Just like you would if we were doing. the
Where
project.
do you have any idea where we would find the contract resolution, whatever that Jen's shaking her head yes back there?
Oh, see.
So if I can get some kind of an update, or the board can get some kind of an update on that to make sure their plans are the same as the community's plans, and we're all on the same page.
I'll see what I can find. I'll work with Jen and whoever else.
Because I still would like to sit down with the user groups, which the fair is one of them, to get their take on what improvements they would like to see at the fair, and not that I'm against the livestock barn, but if we're gonna be using 1 million of the 1.5 million of the Dooley Fund, I think that's a big enough investment that the stakeholders more of the stakeholders need to have a say in it, but that's just my personal opinion. And it may turn out that that's the answer.
Right.
I just think everybody needs to be on the same page, and I need to know how that Dooley Fund actually operates.
I will see what I can find. It was, we were kind of kept out of that. We just heard that, after that was willed to the fair board not to be used for the rodeo. I've never actually seen the will. I've just heard that. See, I don't even have to worry about it.
I figured, yeah, you don't have to give me an update today, just figure. Get us some information on that, make a little presentation for an education, and that would be great. That's what I had. What's with the office chairs, by the way?
Oh, sorry. They offered to give us these for the Dallasport Community Center.
Who's they?
Bruce Bowen. They gave some to WAGAP. I don't know where they even got them. I haven't really talked to Bruce yet, but just wanted to kind of give you the heads up. They don't stack as tightly as the ones at the community center, but the ones at community center aren't in the greatest of shape anyway.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to the board. I wasn't going to talk to the community council because we know which way they would go. If the board's okay, they look at it as, the county is a non-for-profit. So they gave them the WAGAP. When they say like, you're non-for-profit, it leads me down the path. They're probably going to use it for a tax credit. Which I don't care personally.
How many chairs do they have, do you know?
About 40. So that would, helps there. It takes up more space to store than what there is down there. But I mean, than what they use now.
More comfortable too.
Yes.
Yeah, they might trade out some of theirs.
Yeah, we would throw some of those away. If the board's okay, we'll move forward and collect those.
My vote would be a yes.
Okay.
Okay, any questions for our director here? Your longest update yet.
I know. We'll try to get it back on time.
I feel far more knowledgeable than I normally do in 15 minutes.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will have a road project for you eventually, but let me get my stuff in order and I'll come meet with you.
Okay. We'll see you at 1:30.
Yep.
Just letting them finish their chat to see if they needed anything amongst them. Do you guys have any updates or reports? We did get, we do know the numbers from the insurance, what it's gonna cost next year. And it's about 1.2 million.
So back to where we started.
No, we started at 1.4 and that was 2 years ago. So I'm gonna guess I would be closer to 2 million today. Based on the percentage everybody else is going up.
So was that like a 14% and a 6%? So that's what it brought us to 1.2. So it was
Yeah, but
20%.
our last year was only based on 10 months. So when you add the additional employee hours, which is what our insurance is, and I could give you guys those documents. It figures what our employee hours are, and then you pay your premium based off that, and then obviously your risk modifier.
Right.
But it is kind of enlightening because you can compare our employee hours to other counties' employee hours,
Okay, and
which becomes enlightening when you figure we have 24,000 people in our county and some of these other counties have 50,000 people in their county and they have less employee hours than we do. In other words, we have more employees than counties twice our size.
we might also be twice the
And
physical
you-
size of the county.
Well, yeah, maybe. But it adds that equation
Other
into there. Your
factors.
insurance is based on how many employees you have.
Really? I thought it was based on like the assessed value of all the buildings. and
Property
everything
is
else.
assessed value, but risk and liability is.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, no, you look at that and do some little judging and it becomes interesting, but yeah, no, still a cost savings from the other insurance company, and I would also argue that it's a way better service. And we are in a way better financial position insurance wise, moving into this uncertain insurance market over the next couple of years. So it's still a good one.
And the little things like the stuff that we're gonna have to pay out are not gonna get deemed against us, right? Like the small little car accidents. and all that.
Right, that's the other question I have that we need to, I wouldn't mind looking and getting an estimate for. Right now, we have a $10,000 deductible and you don't get dinged as a claim unless you're over 10,000. We tend to be under 10,000 or over 100,000. The few we have are huge,
Big.
or they're like the three we have that Public Works gravelled the truck. Or gravelled some vehicles on accident. They're all below.
But that
the
used to,
10,000.
you were used to supposed to turn it in even if you just paid for it.
And you
still-
got dinged.
And then you got dinged, but
Right.
that's gone.
The ding is gone. But the question I have is for everything over 10,000, you're gonna get dinged now. We might consider, the problem is the next step of deductible is 25. We really don't have anything between 10 and 25, and I don't think historically we've had anything between 10 and 25 that I've noticed. But I don't know what jumping to 25 might change that premium that we pay. Or how much it would change that premium for us to consider.
I think I have a history of the claims. I can back and look. It goes back 10 years.
Because same deal, if we have a $12,000 claim, we have one of these gravellings is 8,000. If you have a $12,000 claim, you're now getting dinged for it. Which could cost you way more in the long run.
Oh, yeah. We're paying for it
Um,
3 times over.
So I do think we might look at exploring the option of moving the deductible to 25. Having them giving us a rate quote for the 25, looking at past history of claims to find out what we've had that's between 10 and 25. And then we have to figure, rate of inflation on our past claims to figure what they would have been if they were done today. Because that little gap in deductible coverage does worry me when we're with the ding ratio. Other than that, I'm good with where we stand insurance.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to all of you guys for the help and assistance in last week's fire. Jeff Hunter was amazing. Every time I was on the phone with him, he had people out moving signs and we moved them frequently. It was a phenomenal collaboration of working with the other departments and working with Team 8 that come in to fight the fire. It was good to see the county come together and really support the community of Bickleton. And I think overall, we're pretty fortunate we didn't lose any primary residences. Nobody was hurt or lost their life in that fire. So I think overall it was a good experience and I know we all learned a lot. I just wanted to say thank you guys.
No, thank you too. I think everybody, all the departments and all of the electeds, everybody came together, everybody worked marvelously together. I think it was a learning experience for a lot of us that haven't been through that before. But so when you go into a learning experience, you understand mistakes are going to be made, but the mistakes were very few and they were very minor.
Right.
So that makes me proud of everybody involved that, that turned out well.
I just wanted to say thank you.
Yeah, and thank you to all of you guys. The hours and it was crazy.
Yeah, I only put 54 down, but I know it was more than that, so.
How about our deputies? How many hours overtime?
I'm not sure. Karen's working all that up. We separated it out on the timesheet so we could track it all, whether it was regular hours or overtime hours.
We're gonna be able to potentially turn that in for FEMA. reimbursement.
Yes,
That's
Yeah,
that's why I was asking.
yeah, it'll all be able to go through FEMA. So,
Yeah, an incredible effort on the posse for their volunteer hours. The community really appreciated them being able to man the roads for
For
what could have happened.
days.
Mhm.
And for Benton Franklin County's posse to step up. They actually manned 2 posts along Highway 14
Mhm.
for us for days. So that was phenomenal.
Mhm.
To have that kind of help. And the DEM out of Yakima, he orchestrated volunteers to come in and do door knocks if they needed. The Grandview Middle School for a shelter for people to go up through that way. That way we didn't bring them back through fire for
You ever
evacuation.
hear if anybody ever went to Grandview?
No, I don't think that they did. And I
They
wouldn't,
talking to the Red Cross here, they had one person that first night
right.
that then left and they never saw another person other than people coming in to try to
Which-
donate stuff.
Which I would expect out of a small community like that. And then, of course, the Yakima County Fairgrounds opened up for any animal evacuations up that direction, complete with people with trailers ready to go. And then their DEM guy, and I don't remember his name, he met me out along Dot Road when I was out there. He actually come out and spent about 10 hours the one day I know that he was there, out in the field looking and making arrangements and stuff. So that's pretty phenomenal that these outside counties just really stepped in
Yeah.
and come in and helped
I
us.
had other communities reaching out to me that had apparently went through a fire and Bickleton had helped them.
Mhm.
So, yeah, they were reaching back to try to help back out and I'm like, so far I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen anything. Everybody I've talked to says we're good, so.
Right. And I've been trying to stay in almost daily contact with Jennifer from out at the store. Because phone service is still, I believe, an issue out there. I reached out to my source through FirstNet to see about getting the ATT FirstNet trucks out there. But the problem is they have just a handful of customers. Not enough that they could take a tower out and make a difference.
So do they
But
have
that
to be
FirstNet
AT&T?
would still only work for FirstNet. It would only work for our
And they
responders.
can open it up
Oh,
to
they-
work for AT&T
Oh, they
as
can.
well. But
Oh,
it just doesn't have, they just don't have the
But it wouldn't cover
Cons-
Verizon.
correct. So, and I believe from what I remember of our conversation that they do have a lot of Verizon out there. So,
There's more Verizon here than AT&T.
In this phone?
there's a lot of Verizon. So. But anyway, I just
Yeah,
think,
that's something we need to work on state-wise. I was hoping that would be an option so that we can add that in our emergency plan to
Mhm.
step 3, call them for the next time, but if it's not gonna work that well, we're still gonna need to rely on the state when they send their crews to potentially change their policy to send an antenna for the public as well.
right.
So I've worked with,
Well, and Verizon has portable units like FirstNet does. And so maybe we just have an emergency contract. I've got a contact name that I met at WASP. And maybe that's something we talk about in our after action review.
Yeah.
So,
that's definitely, the cell phone is definitely something we will talk about in the after action.
yes. So, all right, I'm gonna
Okay.
go back to work.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Jen, do you have something for us?
I just wanted to add,
You have to come to the mic if you're gonna talk too much.
I just wanted to add to that, when we end up, in a state of emergency, if, part of that process is letting finance know, finance manager, cause now I'm playing catch up. But, I do have, sheriff's office, emergency management, the assessor's office, public works, they're all tracking all of that time related to that fire. I will be dealing with FMAG. I've been in contact with the state military department and my contact up there. So that ball is rolling, but it also goes countywide. So I have to reach out to the PUD as well as fire districts.
Conservation District.
and conservation district. So we're currently in that process of just collecting who all might have reimbursement. But it is quite a process, especially during budget season.
I saw WDFW out there.
But yeah, I've been working with Jeff King and Debbie Lynn and as well as the state. And all county departments are identifying those charges as well. So we'll have that information later.
Good.
Thank you.
I did go drive out through the fire. I had to go in on Sunday morning. Roosevelt had a appreciation pancake breakfast for the firefighters that I went out to. And then drove up Old Highway 8 up to Bickleton and then down Middle Road to go look at the solar farm. And took Middle Road all the way out to the Roosevelt landfill and swept back around. And so I got to see a lot of the country. And drive past where the Grange was. But yeah, no,
Where the Grange was. How old was that? You know how old that building was?
I don't. Yeah, I did not go down to where it started down on Newell. I didn't go out that direction, but it was very interesting to watch it sweep through a field and watching the fire line that's literally 15 feet wide sweep through almost like lava flowing through a wheat field where it's just these little 10-foot runners. And in the middle of it's just all this standing wheat. I mean, because that fire was blowing so fast that it couldn't even spread sideways. And I don't believe some of that was airplanes dropping. No, it was just completely laid down on itself blowing. So watching some of those movements where it just literally blew down a fence line and then went about 20 feet out in the weed, but didn't take everything with it. It just right down the fence line. And it was just kind of weird. Yeah, any other board pending or lunch break?
And I asked to add something to workshop for Thursday. I'd like to have a discussion about commissioners' organization and our work together. And since I've been here, I've always been beating the bandwagon for strategic planning. And I want to condense it down further and just take a snapshot, not look so big, just a snapshot of our relationship, how we work together, what our duties are. I'd like to go over that with you guys in a workshop.
Okay. Yep, well, I have no issues.
Thank you.
I'm assuming you're Thursday if we have time.
Correct.
Don't know why we don't have time, but I know that works.
And I appreciate the workshop. We have so much going on. I'd like to have more workshops.
But I think we're going to get there. Because I think we need to have discussions on, we've kind of talked about policy decisions that we want to give our employees
Mhm.
and our directors on various topics, legal questions, and we need to actually sit down, iron those out and create the actual policy and then spread it to the masses instead of, we're bouncing it off each other as a sounding board, but we haven't really done
Yeah.
anything official.
And we talk
So-
about it, we've talked about it a lot, and we've just talked about basic working order, what our duties are, how that functions, how we are as a board. And I want to start ironing that out. We've talked about it a lot, but we've never really done anything yet. So if we can set that in motion, then we can move on down through our departments and make sure we're a good working machine.
I agree.
I appreciate
I
it.
would like to have discussions and talks about coming up with some policies on training protocol that we are asking in a very stern way our directors to spend X number of hours a week training their staff and literally holding them accountable and asking them who they trained and what they trained and to make sure we are actually going to get the training and cross training that I've been asking for 2.5 years, and obviously in some departments have just refusing to do it.
Yeah, and if we can
So-
start with us and know our parameters, then we can move on.
So it would be nice to have all of those discussions. Set a policy and move on.
Mhm.
Yep.
And I think, thinking about goals and policies, at least having that start with us. What are our goals and policies? So far, I think we're kind of individualized. We have some core values and core ideas, but we don't have any solid direction that we agree upon as a board. And I'd like to see that change, and I'd like to see us come to common ground on some things and be able to move those forward without a lot of struggle or just blindside on what's going on. Good communication.
I look forward to having that discussion.
Okay,
I had someone reach out and ask where we're at or where we're going on the STR ordinance. If you guys plan on putting that on a workshop or where you're at.
I do. It's just for me, it's taken a back burner because honestly, with the insurance stuff that I was having to go through, my head was full. And now with the solar thing and the Title 12 road thing, and I still haven't. My Title 12 pack is like this thick. From the old book to the new book, because I haven't been able to check the old book to the new book page by page, because I really wish they would have
Track change.
struck in things and made the changes in red, and instead I've got to go, and
Look
some of the
through.
changes are just literally one word. That you're like looking through there going, wonder why they changed that one word. And so it's, I would say it isn't dead, but it's something that needs more conversation. That, yeah, we need to throw on a workshop here coming up, but I'd like to be able to do my homework and go into that workshop, kind of like the code compliance thing that we're gonna have a workshop on. And tell you the truth, since George left, I haven't had any time to look through our code compliance regulations
No.
and match it up with the flow chart. And I don't want to just schedule something to show up and be unprepared because I haven't had time to get to it. So that's kind of where I'm at with short-term rentals. We have all these other things literally already on the schedule that I would like to bang a couple of them out and then add short-term to it if that's okay with
maybe
everybody.
Wednesday we could talk about that. Or Thursday, sorry, Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
Thursday, we could talk about that. We have so many subjects, make a list and let's prioritize them. And then how far out do we need to push them so we can get to them? The fire added a lot to our work and what we have to do now, and
Yep,
We
and that
never-
ain't over.
no,
So yeah, and that's just the thing. So we get done with something and it's like, you think you're done, like the potable water. You think you're done and it's over for review, and yeah, maybe it comes back clean and it just goes to public hearing and gets done, but maybe there's a change and now it's another workshop and now it's another, so there is part of it that, because there are so many things for me, I'm not one of those that just rubber stamps things or just comes through and goes, yeah, no, that's fine with me. I want to read through it and look at it line by line and judge and analyze, because that's what I think I was elected to do. And
so if we could sort out the bigger priorities like STR and potable water and those things, and we set them up for a workshop, say, starting September, we pick one priority, that's that workshop, then we can let council know we need that back for that workshop, instead of just waiting till it comes back to us and we schedule something. If we start scheduling our work and knowing when we're going to have it done, we'll get all the 1, 2, 3s done maybe.
right, well, and that's my hope, is hopefully we can work forward on this Title 12 thing and get that off my plate, because that is so big.
Mhm.
That would free up a lot of time. So. Not that I want to do things one thing at a time, but the 15 that I currently have is very much taxing. It's definitely taxing any free time I have to go do anything ever.
No, and that's what
Um,
happens is you have one big priority and you get 15 other things that stack in with it during the week that happen.
and then say goodbye to the weekend.
So if we could just untangle all the bigger priorities and attack them one by one and get them off our plate, we can still manage the little stuff that's with it during the week, hopefully.
Yep, that's where I'm at on that one. It's not dead in my eyes by any means, but it still has a little bit of loving that needs to be done. I still have a few questions that I need to go research and talk to building about and talk to public works about and planning about. And I just don't have the time to do it. So, I mean, technically, if you threw it on the workshop on Thursday, I'd just have to tell you, I'm not ready.
No.
I gotta have all those other conversations.
So make a list for Thursday of your priorities. And bring it with you.
My priorities are what we're already doing and hopefully getting a few of them off our plate.
Well, you keep bringing up different ones and I keep writing them down now and my list is getting bigger. That brings, I know we have more.
Yeah. Anything else? Oh, I did tell, and you guys are the board too, so correct me if you feel I'm wrong. The public hearings going forward, we do have new staff. The public hearings going forward, bid openings and public meetings are all done at 1:30. So whether we have 1 or 12, they will all be posted at 1:30 and we will just take them in order. And then it's just a matter of trying to figure out when they're done and schedule the next thing off at whatever, 4 o'clock or like this. I appreciate this. Everything on there that's after those are pretty much just paying bills. There's not a presentation or something that we have to stop for to get to a presentation. So no, that works out well. Yeah, that's all I have for good of the order.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to recess for the lunch hour.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess for lunch. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of recessing for lunch, be back at 1 o'clock, say aye.
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 Motion passes. See y'all on Zoom land at 1 o'clock. All righty, we are going to open our regular business meeting of the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners. Call the meeting to order. Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present. We will open with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the business agenda.
And I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the business agenda as presented. Any discussion? Hearing.
I would ask, based on the PA opinion that we received yesterday, do my seatmates want to move forward with the public hearing at 2:30?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Just checking.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approval of the business agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We do not have commissioner meeting minutes, so we will move on to citizen comment. Citizen comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name and your general location where you live in the county for the record, or even if you're not in the county at the start of your testimony. There should be a clock up on the screen for the Zoom people, so you know when your 3 minutes is. Please try to make sure that your comments are related to county business or things that are happening inside the county and not federal politics. And or that they're not a discussion about anything that we will be having a public hearing on later, which is the Title 12 and the solar. Any Title 12 or solar comments will be taken during those public hearings that we have them. With that, we'll open public comment in the room first. Does anybody in the room have public comment for us? They're saying no so far, so they might come back later. Anybody online have public comment for the Board of Commissioners today? Raise your hand or unmute yourself. I'm seeing none there either.
Wow.
That means I might get something done in this half an hour. Well, we will be in public comment until about 1:25. So if you have public comment in the room or online before that, please raise your hand, unmute yourself, or get our attention. And in the meantime, we will be signing documents and working on other homework. So if staff can kind of keep an eye on that Zoom for us and let us know if somebody pops on, that would be awesome. And I will also try to keep an eye on it. Okay, we're in citizen comment for anything you want to have citizen comment for that is not related to either the Title 12 road hearing or the solar projects. Do you have citizen comment outside of that scope, or do you want to wait for the public hearing to have comment in those scopes?
I might have something.
Well, if you do, let us know.
All right, thanks. You want to.
Sorry, come on forward, ma'am. State your name and general location for the record.
Sherry Hewsome. West Side. Anyway, I like to talk about kind of like an overview of some plannings, land planning that I've seen personally in my little almost 5 years that I've lived here. And I'm going to specifically talk about under canvas and my issues that I've always had and do have. You know, I got involved with government because I thought, you know, how are you guys citing this large resort of 95 tiny houses with all the sewer and water, and you know, then you have a restaurant and you got to do the laundry and the linens for all these guests, these overnight guests. It's a lodge, you know, and you know, a spa, and they're coming in under a cute little campground, which it's not. And then now you have hundreds of transient tourists that are going to be traveling that road. You guys, I don't know if you drove that road, and we all know it's not an adequate road for that. We constantly have accidents down, they hit the guardrail all the time at the bridge at the Oak Ridge and 141 intersection. It's a mess there. I'm going to tell you, there'll be death. There'll either be death at that intersection or there'll be death up on that road. So I got involved with government thinking, you know, they're not going to let this happen. They're not going to let this happen to us, this little place out here, you know, 300-400 people coming and going. Again, transient tourists, they don't know our area. They don't know what it looks like to look for cattle. They don't know what gravel roads look like. In fact, we just had a car go into the river across from us because, you know, transient tourists just drove their car into the river, you know, I guess. And so, you know, you have this stuff happening. So we have this SEPA process. And then well, people are going to comment. They're going to say, oh, there's something environmentally wrong. You can't get the water. The road is not adequate. There is no evacuation plan. You cannot get the people out. They will die trying to escape, like in California. Somebody's going to save us. No, nobody saved us. We got into our pocketbooks as citizens. We pulled out our own money. We hired attorneys. We fought our government. Our government took our money that we pay them to be government, and they fought us back. And now we're going to have a mess out there. So what's the SEPA for? I was told again and again, what's my time? I was told again and again that, you know, don't worry about the SEPA study. We'll look at this afterwards. We'll look at it after. Then why are we doing a SEPA? Why do we even go through that game? If you're going to look at it later, we told you the road's not adequate. We told you you can't evacuate. We told you there's not enough water. They can only use 5,000 gallons a day. Department of Health said they need 13,020 at 80% capacity. Should have been a no there. Should have been a no there. But when we're citing things, stop with the special favors because it hurts people. Do no harm. Do no harm. And if you have all these processes, do them where they really, really consider the people. Really consider the people. And this had a lot under canvas. We saw had a lot of juggling and jiggling and all this, hiring the hearings examiner, one man who's paid off to do what the bidding. Believe me, I've watched agency after agency be paid off for special favors. And now we're facing great harm. All those people who live up there, they might not get out alive when that drunk tourist throws a cigarette out the window. So if you're going to have environmental studies, really have them, really listen to the people. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm sorry for everybody online. We did not have a clock going on that. Oh, somebody did. Must have started it a wee bit late because that was well more than 3. Go ahead, come forward, sir, to the microphone. Yeah, the 3 needs moved to 5, but or the 5 needs moved to 3.
Ron Kinsella, live in Goldendale, outside of Goldendale, but I lived there 27 years. I'm standing here in a flag shirt. The reason why I'm saying flag shirt is because I grew up 84 years and I respected the flag for those years. I did lots of things in my life and I always would respect the fact that the country went by the flag and they believed in the flag. It's not always right, it's not always wrong, but the majority of the people for the time we've been in existence believed in this flag. They fought all kinds of wars for it. I fought wars for it. I got elected for it. I've lived all my life believing in the flag and what this country stands for. I got to stand down because I'm getting old. But anyway, if you believe in something and it's been working for over 200 years, why do we let it get away from us? And I'm calling about what I'm thinking about is the majority rules. The majority rules has been a lifeline for all kinds of different fights in the country over the years. But the people believed in it, and usually it won. Whoever won the majority. But we have to have a majority. In this place right here in Goldendale, I don't think the majority are probably really looked at. Do they really believe in it? Yeah. Do you guys really believe in the rule of that, majority? I don't know. I've been to lots of meetings, not only this place, but school board, different places. You got to believe in something. And if you hear people say, I like to do this, I want to do this, and the majority say it, usually that in this country, that's how we got to where we are. Now, lately, in the past probably 30, 40, 50 years, it doesn't have the same impetus by people. They don't believe in the things that older people have believed in their whole life. And I was elected one time, and I used to open up the meeting. And when they opened the meeting, was on television, I'd say, "We're on television, folks." And I would thank all the people that showed up for our meeting. I actually said, "Fill the place up. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to try to help you do the things you want to do." We lived by those rules. The majority of the time won. I had people would say, "Ron, why do you support that?" I said, "Because I believe it. I talk to lots of people. I know the people, and they think that's a good thing to do." And so we did it. I had people complain. I had alligators all the time at the meetings, was biting at me, but you live with that. You still got to live by what you believe in. I believe in this flag. If I could, I spent 20 years and 28 days in the military. I flew just short of 200 missions over Vietnam. I always didn't agree with what we did there. But my job was, I had to follow the rules of my job. All of us did. People spit at you. People talked bad about us. I went to school. I went to a school after I got out of the last time I went in Vietnam. School asked me to talk about it, what I thought, because they didn't like it. They booed me when I first went up. I said, "You can boo all the world what you want." I was given a job. I went and done the job. All my compatriots in the military, we done our job. The fact that we didn't win wasn't necessarily our fault, because we couldn't get somebody.
Wasn't in any way your fault, sir.
I understand.
Thank you for your service.
I understand that.
With that, your time has expired, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Remember the flag. Remember the flag, and remember majority rules. Sometimes it loses, but the majority wins most of the time. And that's what all I'm here for, is give whatever the people here that I know, I listen to lots of them. It works. They believe in it, what they're saying. And I think they have their best interest of the community and in their mind. And that's exactly why I came today. You're going to see me walking around for a long time with flag, because I'm going to buy every shirt I get. It's going to have a flag on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, goodbye. Oh, thanks. I can get me out.
Someone online. Go ahead. Aya Walker, looks like.
Good afternoon. I wanted to state that I've been requesting a meeting with the sheriff and the prosecuting attorney on the status update of my daughter's suspicious death investigation, that I've been trying to get a meeting with them since January, and they're refusing to meet with me.
Is that a question, or is that the end of your comment?
I wanted to make you aware that I've been requesting this meeting with the sheriff and the prosecuting attorney, and they're refusing to meet with me.
Okay. Thank you for your comment, ma'am. Anybody else in the room? Or, yep, we have Kathy raised her hand first, so then we'll come over to Dell.
Hello, Kathy Moko, Goldendale. I wanted to commend Klickitat County and the Sheriff's Office and the Klickitat County Sheriff's Posse for all the work I've been told that they did during the fire. Helping evacuate people from their homes and blocking roads so people won't go down a dangerous road, and just a lot of good, solid help. They're very valuable. And as an aside, today is until 8 o'clock is voting for our 3 things on the ballot. So if somebody hasn't voted, I would hope that they might, because I just heard on the radio that there was only like 28% in at this point. And of the voting public had voted. So that isn't very good, because I know some of it needs a 60% to pass.
40 turnout anyway, and I heard this morning Parks and Rec did have a 40% turnout already.
Yeah,
So
but then they need,
then they have to
need
have a 60 to, yeah.
Yeah, 60 of the 40 also. Yeah.
Some of us live outside the boundaries, so we didn't get a ballot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else that has not had citizen comment yet, have citizen comment for the Board of Commissioners today?
Till Stan was up.
Oh, sorry, Del. I forgot about you. My bad.
I wish the board would, Delmer Eldred, Goldendale. I wish the board would consider designating a Fireman's Appreciation Day, and maybe present them with a community service award and a $50 gift certificate or something like that to recognize all they've done for people that own property. They've saved their homes and they've done it without pay, So I just thought maybe if you would come up with a way that you could show the appreciation for the county for what they've done.
Good comment, sir. Anybody else in the room or online have citizen comment for the Board of Commissioners today?
Greg Wagner with Cease. I'd like to know how the commissioners are prepared if FSEC determines that the Carriager project is consistent with our land use zone. I'd like to know what your plan is moving forward. How will we be represented in the FSEC process? And I'd like to ask, why hasn't this board used the coordination where we could get the federal agencies involved with this? Because as of right now, the state permits these projects using the RCWs and the WAC codes, and that's a state code. If we invite the federal agencies to be involved in, it's called coordination, that would bring in the federal agencies that the state would then have to adhere to federal regulations. In the county codes 2.76, it has a committee for coordination, and it's apparently set up to address that. We have the committee, but of course, there's nobody on the committee. And it's an advisory committee that's supposed to tell the 3 commissioners, give them advice on what they can do. So it seems like that we have this coordination already in our county codes that seems to parallel the federal coordination, and we're not utilizing it. The state now with FSEC set up with Ensley's appointees, that's how they permit these projects through their state regulations, RCW 8050, WAC code 458, the various 3405 RCWs and all those. Those are all state laws. They're not, I don't believe they're looking at the federal laws. So Ensley's getting to bypass the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, various other requirements at the federal level. I believe it's the board's responsibility to look into this and see if we can bring in the federal agencies. I know this works because Susan Roberts, the commissioner in Walla County, Oregon, did this, wrote invitation coordination letters to, at that time, it was the Forest Service, because the Forest Service was working in the National Forest and they weren't incorporating the county. And after this commissioners wrote this letter, the county is involved with any project that the Forest Service wants to do before the Forest Service even starts on the project. Prior to that, they just went in the forest, cut in roads, did control burns, whatever they wanted. And the county didn't have any say in it. So it does work, but it'll take 3 commissioners, at least 2 commissioners, to write letters to the appropriate agencies, USDA, BLM, EPA, all the federal agencies, and ask them to be involved with this project. So I ask that you look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. 124, we still got time for one more citizen comment if somebody has it in the room or online. If you haven't given citizen comment yet, please raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Got one in.
Come on forward. And can you lower the hand of the person that already spoke earlier? Out here?
This will be short. Candy Magnuson, Goldendale. Thank you, Dan, for coming and to Bickleton to help those people there. I appreciate it, okay? And I know they do too. I prayed to God for him to help us in the solar situation. My gosh, he answered it. The airplane went over and sprayed half the solar panels with the red stuff. Thank you, God. So anyway, I want to thank everybody that helped on that fire. I couldn't go there and help, but I helped the neighbor feed her animals and stuff while she was gone 2 days. That's how you do it, guys, okay? So I support the interim zoning for the prohibition of large-scale development and the townships called out in.
Ma'am,
this. So,
if you're going to testify about the solar
Yep.
moratorium, you need to wait and do that when we open the solar moratorium hearing.
oh, good.
This is just citizen comment about everything that's not
Okay, so,
Title 12 or the solar moratorium
well, you got
or the interim zoning.
God calling, so there you go.
There you go. Thank you, ma'am.
Got it wound up a bunch.
126, commissioners have any rebuttal or questions or comments or anything they would like to add? Who wants to go first?
I can go first. Instead of individually today, I'd like to kind of respond to everybody because I think all your comments are on the same page. And we've seen that recently because of the local fires. The first fire out on Knight Road when this building emptied and you could hear everybody running out on the floors to go help their neighbors or to go home to save themselves. And then watching Bickleton, who did not leave, who stayed during a evac notice. And we showed up for a meeting there and there were 48 people in that room. The whole community stayed and they had others that evacuated with them and stayed with them. They didn't come into our Red Cross centers. And so I've always thought of Klickitat County as a family and people who take care of people. And I agree, the lack of using our citizens boards has to change. We have to get those boards revitalized and hear our citizens' comments and hear what the people want because that's who we serve. And as a board of county commissioners of 3 of us as one board, that's what we need to be doing. But thank you, all of you, and thanks for showing up today.
Commissioner Anderson?
I would just mention to Ms. Walker that the sheriff is in the audience today, and I have found that the sheriff always is willing to talk to anyone and always reaches out. So I'm sure he will be in contact. And with Ms. Moko, I would agree. I commend everyone for all their hard work and effort on that fire. It is amazing when I flew over how many homes were saved. How many barns were saved. I mean, it is black and charred all around, and the initial attack was all local resources for quite a long time, and they did an amazing job. To Mr. Wagner, I would mention that coordination and that group, the group that wrote that plan for coordination, you need a nexus. And so you gave a perfect example of what coordination is good for, and that is when the Forest Service is attempting to do something, and that creates a federal nexus. And that's how you bring in, it's a federal action. And the county has multiple times asked for coordination when there is a federal nexus or a federal agency is doing something. The one I can use as the example is the South Gifford Pinchot Collaborative. And that is exactly that. It's coordination. It's all of the local groups that get together to coordinate and help set the policy and directives for those federal agencies. With regards to like solar projects, unless there's a federal permit that's required, the federal agencies definitely see all of the permits that go through, just like at the county level. When we forward any project forward, we get comments from state and federal agencies. So the coordination that happens when it has a nexus and a federal permit that's required. And I don't think any federal permits are required with regards to those solar projects. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a SEPA, it would be called a NEPA. So that's what makes that big difference. And Mr. Kinsella, yes, the majority rules, but we also have to remember that just because the majority rules baked into that flag in our Constitution is, while the majority rules, you still have to respect the rights of the minority and people's rights. So the majority doesn't get to rule on every action all the time, because people have their rights that the majority cannot overrule. But I agree. And with that, I will give time to you.
Give up the remainder of no time left.
Of 1 minute.
Mr. Sheriff, did you have a comment you'd like to make?
I'd like to address Mrs. Walker. My heart goes out to her about her loss. A tragedy to any parent that loses a child. But in this case, he has a copy of the entire report, I'm told. Coroner's report showing it was a drowning. No indication of homicidal action. It's a sad situation, and I know that eats at her constantly. I've had several conversations with Mrs. Walker, and they've ended up where she's very accusatory that we're a bunch of country bumpkins, don't know what we're doing, and so forth. Now, I can't go into a lot of detail on this investigation.
Please don't.
No. She has an attorney on board, so there's potential for litigation. So I have no further comments on it, other than to tell her I'm sorry for her.
Thank you, Sheriff Songer. I'll try to be quick. Sherry, yes, I understand your frustration with the under canvas and what things get permitted where, and that the county doesn't show a lot of empathy towards its citizens on what it permits. And hopefully, as we move forward with a new government, the people have more of a say so. The people have more of a voice. There's more citizen input, like with the boards and commissions, that we can actually change some of the ways this county has operated in the past to earn back a level of trust from the people that has been lost because they have been kept out of the loop, or even if they are the majority on a certain project, we don't want to do what they want because we want to do what the local landowner wants because he's a bigger campaign donor. But some of that falls on the voter. It's personal responsibility. You need to pay attention to who to vote for. Follow the vote, do some research. But hopefully in the last 6 months, you've been able to see a little bit of a change. And I hope in the next year and a half, you see a lot of a change. But that goes into Mr. Kinsella's talking about the majority and voting for the people. And that's something that, at least for me, every vote I make, it's not for me and it's not based on my personal opinion. It's based off what I think the majority of the people would want. And a lot of times that causes tensions, or at least has over the course of 2.5 years, as I don't vote accordingly with my seatmates. And I think I was outvoted probably 40 times in a year, 2 years. But it also brought on one of the proudest moments I had when Commissioner Sauter was leaving. And he said, you know, we don't always agree on everything, but he says, I respect the fact that you always voted for the people. Thank you. But if that's the case, why wasn't there two of us or three of us? But again, that resorts back to pay attention. Because some of us are fighting for the people every single day we sit here. Kathy, praise for the sheriff and the posse. Absolutely. Praise to the firefighters that were out there. I told my seatmates that they had a thank a firefighter in Roosevelt on Sunday with a pancake breakfast. I went and attended that. Unfortunately, there was only about 6 or 7 people that attended. It would have been nice to see a better turnout in that community, because there was probably about 25 fire trucks the night of the fire from different areas of this county that were staged in that town. But yes, praise the firefighter, praise the sheriff, praise the posse, praise emergency management, praise the dispatchers. And yeah, Dell, give Fire Appreciation Day. That's let me look into it. I think that's a good thing. Citizen boards, I agree. When we started on, that was my first push, is to make citizen boards more open to the common man, and not that you had to have the right last name to sit on it. Because when you have to have the right last name to sit on a board, it becomes not necessarily a board of the people, it becomes a board of the special interests. So we made a policy on how we make appointments to citizen boards, and we opened it up for the public. Now, unfortunately, for the most part, the public hasn't responded. The public does not apply, and we ask, please apply and sit on the board. And I understand they're busy and life is busy, and we're all volunteers, and we have our own little nonprofit projects or fire meetings that we have to go to, but get involved in your government. Apply to sit on a board of something that interests you. And because that's how we take back control of our government, is actually getting involved. And I commend everybody who gets involved. With that, I am chewing away our public hearing time, so I will stop. If I didn't get to somebody and you want to chat, please reach out to me, give me a phone call or an email, and we'll chat for as long as you want. With that, we will move on. It's 1:30. It's time that we have our public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. Today, we will start with a public hearing, at which time any person may appear to make recommendations or comments related to the Title 12 Transportation Road Standards as proposed. And we will well, let's go with that. We'll declare this public hearing open by advising that the purposes of this hearing is to take public testimony with regards to the proposed Klickitat County Title 12 Transportation Standards. Does staff have a brief overview of the Title 12 standards?
Thank you, Chairman. I am Jeff Hunter with Klickitat County Public Works. I'm the director, and we'll do a quick overview of what these are, how this all got started, and the process going through with this. What are Title 12 standards? They are development standards. They're development transportation standards. Please do not confuse them with zoning or anything else similar. They are not zoning standards, but they are public works standards. They deal with stuff like road widths, access, things like that. Why are the original standards were adopted in 2004? They are required by WAC, the county, to have these standards, and we have to submit them every time we update them to the County Road Administration Board, which governs the operations or some of our operations of public works. Why update the standards? The standards were done, like I said, in 2004. A lot of things change from 2004. Different rules are set. Rules for stormwater have increased a lot since 2004, and a lot of other things. It was just time to update the standards. So how did we go about doing that? I've done this in other places, and typically, just like Commissioner Christopher was saying, you get a committee together of citizens. That's how this is done. We went out, we put an ad in the paper, ran a couple of weeks, got a committee of 14 members. 3 of those were county. The rest of those were residents of the county. We held the first meeting in April of 2021. So that tells people how long we've been working on these things. It wasn't an overnight thing. This is a very large undertaking. The committee was made up of engineers, also surveyors, real estate agents, developers, ranchers. We had a total of, a lot of experience. Some people had 30, 40, 50 years of doing this. Some people had 5 months doing this. It just depended on where they were, but it was a good group. We met over the next 2 years to update the standards. It was a big undertaking. The original standards were 43 pages. This new copy that everybody sees here is 126 pages. So again, the goal of this was to define different things, clean up some discrepancies, also add things that were not part of these standards, such as franchise agreements, stormwater, road vacancies, right-of-way donation, large-scale industrial development, variance processes, and performance guarantees. Those were all added in here. In the past, we did them, we still do them, but we didn't have anything in case we ever got challenged. We had nothing that said this was codified. We had an ordinance. So when we made people do road hauls, we were fortunate enough they didn't challenge us. If they did, I had nothing to hang my hat on to say we can do that. When we finish this process, it will be ordinanced, and then they have no choice. We always did it under SEPA, which if they didn't qualify for SEPA, there was no road haul. Under the new standards, the proposal is if they do qualify for, even if they don't, they come in, they meet that threshold, they still have to come to the county. Again, I don't want to get into the whole thing with solar, so I'm going to stay away from that. There is different ways, but that's a different discussion for later on today. So the process for these will be, we'll have the hearings. We are still doing SEPA, so we still have to do SEPA. I didn't enlighten the board on that. I apologize. So there'll still be an additional 2-week period, but you have the decision after tonight's hearing to close it to our vocal comment and just take written comments during the SEPA. That'll be your decision. With that, I want to thank the committee members for all their time and effort. They put forth a lot. None of them got paid. A lot of them work, and they took their own time, and basically they took the time to do the research on individual items. There are a lot of things covered in these standards. They also, at the very beginning of the meeting, one of the first things we said is no personal projects or anything like that could be brought forward to the committee. This is all about the standards, not about anything personal. They were very good, and not one of them brought anything personal forward. None of that was discussed. We did not discuss personal projects. And I would ask the public, when they're making comments, please do not discuss personal projects. This is not the realm for it. Public Works would be more than happy to talk to you about a personal project, but this is overall standards of how we look at all projects. And this covers anywhere from a 2-lot short plat to as big of a commercial project that you could come up with. CUPs, all of this is now covered in these standards. Again, we spent a lot of time on this. One of our staff members spent nights writing, typing all this stuff up. And I can't be more thankful to the committee. And with that, I will end the staff. Turn it over to the public.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're now going to open the public hearing to citizen comments. While doing so, please be respectful of the individual who has the floor. And please no clapping or cheering or whatever not that would be disrespectful to anybody in the room that can't hear and or to anybody speaking. And with that, it's same idea. Please provide your name and address for the record. Please come forward to the mic so we can all hear you on the record. And with that, does anybody in the room, we'll start with that, have citizen comment for or against the Title 12 road standards as written? Come forward, sir. You have any documents for us?
I do have some
Okay,
documents.
we'll do that before we start your clock.
Extra notes.
Thank you.
These are in addition to your previous documents, I'm assuming? They look
Yes,
a little
they are in
different?
addition to my previous comments.
Okay,
For the record, my name is Matt Childs, address 1006 Horseshoe Bend Road, Centerville. I am a committee member of the Title 12 Review Committee, and as the engineering department was saying, these people did put a lot of work into it, and overall, I think we're pretty close to where we need to be. However, I don't think we're quite there yet. There's still a considerable room for improvement with the existing Title 12 draft, and I'd like to briefly go over some of the concerns that I have. It does not solve the problem that much, and perhaps most of county zoning law is now dictated not by the zoning code, but by Title 12. Those parts of the county that are serviced by roads less than 20 feet wide cannot be subdivided, not even one lot, regardless of the minimum lot size in that zone. I'm submitting a list of changes and improvements that I believe still need to be made to Title 12. And commissioners, you have those in your hands now, and I will summarize them briefly. First and foremost, there needs to be a procedure to grandfather in roads that do not currently meet Title 12 standards. This is simple to do and will meet all state laws. Next, Title 12 standards must first and foremost be based on state laws. International Fire Code is not a state law, and though it and other resources have a lot of value, these things should not be viewed as legally binding things that bind the county in Title 12. The third, Title 12 needs to more clearly differentiate between unincorporated urban areas and their needs and the needs of rural areas. Also, Title 12 needs to require expensive and time-consuming traffic studies only for major developments, as West Side counties do now. These studies have value only for very large projects with large impacts. And as the draft is currently written, there are West Side counties that require twice the impact of ours before requiring a study, a transportation traffic study. Next, Title 12 needs to send its appeals, clearly send the appeals not to the engineering department as the final say, but to the Board of County Commissioners or some other body designated by them. Because the final decision on engineering director decisions needs to be outside of the engineering department in the event of an appeal. And I would also say that the Title 12 should allow compacted crushed gravel driveway approaches for single road drive or single service driveway approaches that are going to be low use instead of the paved and cement that the county currently does. This county does need good roads, and the road standards proposed in the title draft or the draft Title 12 generally do provide that. However, there are some important things that need to be fixed to return zoning authority to the planning department, ease the already expensive burdens of engineering and development, and better treat our county as a special place that it is.
thank you, sir.
For questions, thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's a lot to read through. I will have to do
Yes.
that at a later time.
Exactly.
I did some briefing and I like some of the briefings, so yeah. Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the room? Do you have? Okay, that would work. Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the room have comments for the Title 12 road standards hearing that we're having today? Sherry.
I'm gonna, Sherry with you in Houston. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't read the 137 pages. However, I do know that the engineer, Public Works has been working on this, and I know you said personal projects, but I don't think this is personal, but under canvas was scrutinized, Title 12, it didn't meet Title 12 with, the placement on Oak Ridge Road. Did that road meet that standard? And so I see how this is very, very important, and I trust that our county is really looking out for the public health, safety, and general welfare in the future. I don't think things should be grandfathered in. I'm thinking if we're gonna get new standards, if it really is for the general safety of us and building forward, I really hope that these Title 12 standards are meeting those needs, because as we see, car accidents kill, and we do need really good roads. So thank you to the Public Works and the committee that's worked hard on this, and I hope that it does meet that, what we do accept does meet the safety of people who need to travel in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buskey. Anybody else in the room? All right, we have one more. Come on forward, sir. Hang on for anybody online. I will jump to online and then I'll come back in the room in a minute. We'll do online next.
Thanks, commissioners. My name is Don Struck. I live in White Salmon, and I was honored to serve on the committee for the last 2 years. Served on a lot of those types of committees, and I can tell you that Jeff and Nathan were absolutely the best I've ever worked with in terms of this kind of a project. And it is a big project. They listened. They did not try to direct the group in any way. They provided us with the guidance that we needed, legal type guidance. And I just thank them, along with the citizens of all walks of life that participated in the Title 12 transportation standards and recommendations suggested during the past 2 years. This was, as Jeff said, a very time consuming. It was educational for those of us on the committee. Ultimately, a very worthwhile exercise, I think, and I would encourage you, the board, to thoughtfully examine this document, and I support the proposed update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We will go online. Does anybody online have citizen comment for or against the proposed Title 12 road standards changes? It's almost a tongue twister. Oh, I see one. Diana Bambi, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm providing these comments as a citizen and not as a member of the community council. We have not had a chance to discuss this as a council. My address is 2274 Highway 141, Trout Lake, Washington. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment to the draft. This is a fairly comprehensive document, and those that developed it should be commended for their efforts. That being said, I encourage the BoCC to take additional time and require county staff to clarify some areas in the document. My comments are referenced by section and page number seen in the 4/17/23 draft. I don't know if there's a one after that point. In section 205, page 9, as currently stated, there's absolutely no flexibility allowed for potential future changes. Definitions that are needed in the document, section 209, page 11, level of service, section 310, page 25, ESALs, section 13C, page 26, last sentence, significant time. Section 403, 1B refers to turnout standard plan, none found in the draft. In section 214C, page 13, clarification is needed if it references roads constructed after this Title 12 document have been approved by the BoCC, or does it mean all roads, including those constructed in place prior to these standards? In section 214G, page 13, does the parking requirement include existing conditional use permits that do not meet this standard? In section 309CI, page 22, flexibility for other surfacing materials for shared use paths needs to be incorporated. Section 311, page 26, I support the concept of proportionate share pilot program, but definition is needed for conservative basis, end quote, in item BC. Section 406, table 4 4-2 on page 32, the construction standards for a shared driveway, 2 to 4 lots appears to be excessive. 9 inches of base rock, 3 inches of compacted gravel for roads only being used for residential activity. In section 412 CB, page 35, recommend change in the text to commensurate expense and responsibility, thereby not requiring a landowner that uses 10% of a road length to pay equally with the landowner that uses 100% of the private road length. In section 503, page 37 to 38, there should be a design requirement for emergency egress in land development proposals, especially in rural areas that are at an elevated risk to natural disasters such as fire and flood. In section 508, BD, on page 41, shared access limited to lengths of no more than 125 feet appears arbitrary and greatly limits left flexibility for larger parcels that may want to share a driveway. Section 704B, page 52, should require that the stormwater pollution prevention plan be updated and submitted for approval if construction occurs beyond the planned season in the original plan. And it looks like I'm out of time, so I did send this via email after 1 o'clock today. Sorry about that, but it's I've been kind of stretched with a lot of things. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That was gonna be my question is, did we see this via email? Because it must have been today. I'm gonna guess we haven't yet. It's probably sitting in staff's email box and they'll have to share it with us. But understand I will look at all of your questions. I was trying to write them down, but you were way too fast for me.
I knew I had to be fast.
Hopefully you have them all written down and I can look at them in the email.
Yes, you will be able to. Yeah, the letter is in the email, so you've got that.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else online have citizen comment for or against the Title 12 road standards as presented? Not seeing one. So let's go back in the room. Does anybody in the room have any testimony for or against the Title 12 road standards as they are presented today? We'll sing none. So we'll go last call for anybody in the room or online that has citizen comment and hasn't had an opportunity to speak. Now is your last chance. Please provide your name and give comment. I'm seeing none. So with that, I will open the opportunity for my seatmates to request clarification of any of the public statements they heard, as well as ask questions of staff if they so deem appropriate. Any? Seeing none. One last call for citizen comment. Anybody online or in the room have citizen comment for the Title 12 road standards? And I'm seeing none. With that, I will declare the public hearing is now continued to 6 p.m. August 1st, 2023 at the Klickitat County Services Building in Goldendale, which is here. And we'll move on to the next public hearing.
I don't think we can.
Huh?
We can't move on to the next public hearing
Why?
because it was advertised for 2:30.
Oh, that's true. It's 2:30, so we have to wait a half an hour. So with that, we will start the next public hearing at 2:30. If my seatmates want to pay the bills, pay some of the pay estimates, so we're getting that out of the way, we can get that done in the next half an hour. We will start the next public hearing promptly at 2:30.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 2 items, maybe the fewest we've ever had.
Might be.
And I will second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with 2 items. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda with 2 items, say aye.
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 Aye, motion passes.
Accounts payable.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $501,563.02 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,124,685.16 for the date ending July 31st, 2023.
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to pay the bills. Any discussion on paying the bills? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion for approval of the first and final pay estimate of 19,000 for the SWC Bickleton area to provide pulverizing of the existing HMA BST road surface 1 foot deep on the Bickleton Highway between milepost 25.12 and milepost 27.26. Also, East and West Market Street, West Coast Soil Solutions, Inc. was the lowest of the 3 responsive bidders with a total bid amount of $19,000. Project costs are included in the 2023 Road Fund 101. And my motion is to approve this pay estimate.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the pay estimate first and final. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have an eye over there.
Oh, aye.
Okay, 3 ayes. Gonna say maybe she's opposed, had to check. That kind of wraps up regular business anyway. Before we start the next public hearing, do either of my seatmates or staff need a recess?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could use
Okay.
one.
10 minutes.
yeah, well, I mean, if we're not starting until 1:30, let's go 15 minutes. So we will recess for 15 minutes. We will come back at 2:15.
Thank you.
All right, it is 2:15. We are going to call the meeting back to order, but we are not going to take any action, so continue your conversations. Yep, that works. So Google it on your Google. And behave yourself. That's all I have. My only recommendation is behave yourself. Last year.
Everybody's watching. It's like a game not to miss.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Learning how.
I had some correspondence there, right?
Yeah, it was.
Well,
They first just. On Tuesday. Got our. And they did that.
Did you order?
Thank you. It's on my computer.
Signing papers. Want a sticky note to write it on?
Oh, yeah.
She got a sticky. That's right, I left that box of note cards over there. I inherited those from Jim and I passed them on to you.
Oh, and the regular. The man couldn't get out of the car and he was barely going in. No. So I said, throw that. Go away. It was like, yeah, Coca-Cola. I tried.
Yeah, you're the last man standing there to. I try to pass left and right for things that are missed, but one of those we all kind of need to look.
But sometimes they're in a weird place.
Or a sticker got removed.
They went home before I leave.
Yeah, drive in, have GPS.
Um,
Get there and I change the city.
You're done to have tabs. Does your agenda for today have tabs? Feeder tabs, or am I just missing it? I probably gotta download it first. Well, you gotta download it first. That's the catch that I just realized why I was having a problem. I'm hoping there's a hearing thingy in there. The other thing for staff that I'll point out is anytime we have a hearing, can we make sure there's one of these procedural sequences for each hearing in the packet? So I don't have to try to make words jive. I can just, there you go.
Yeah.
Cause it's like now I'm gonna be combining these two as I read. Well, times like this make me wish the wire wasn't all coiled up. So we could just grab one and yank it over there. If you can make it work, that would be good, because they don't need two mics down there at the table right now. Yeah, that works. And just center that mic down there and it can be in the middle of the table. Perfect. Yeah. And by the way, we might need to buy a battery tester on Amazon for $5 because I want to know how many batteries we throw away that aren't bad. Yeah.
Next time that thing goes through, this batteries every time.
That's why I said we need to come up with a different alternative, and that if that's having them add a third cable, that we can just keep that mic over here and undo the plug and plug it in over here and buy another mic for over here. That little temporary one's just got to go. All righty, we are close enough. If I can get everybody's attention, I think the way we're going to start this thing is start with a planning director, kind of an update on where we are in this whole process. What the potentials are of where it goes from here and whatnot, and that way it better educate you guys on where we're actually at before we actually open the public hearing. So with that, I will.
Good afternoon. My name is Mochi Lindblad. I'm the planning director. I'm going to give you an update about the large-scale industrial solar regulations update, where we at and all that. We have been having planning commission workshops for the last few months. So the last one we had was in June this year. At that particular workshop, planning commission has recommended planning departments to prepare proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance and go through the formal public process, which include public comments and public hearing before the planning commission have a recommendation they will bring back to the county commissioners for their legislative actions. And that particular process will actually change the county zoning ordinance. So we will potentially have new solar regulations in our zoning ordinance. That's where we at. Staff will start working on that process again. So we will be working on the SEPA process as well as making amendment to the zoning code and have that document ready for the public to comment on it. Is that sufficient?
That'll do it. So technically what we're doing here today in this hearing is the Board of Commissioners felt it prudent based on what it was hearing from the Planning Commission, that there could be potential changes coming to our zoning. So this board took emergency action and put interim zoning in that would put the kibosh on anybody sneaking a permit in before the Planning Commission gets done doing whatever recommendation they're going to do. So this hearing today is, by law, we have a certain amount of time that we have to have a public hearing after we make that emergency interim zoning. And this is your chance to either speak in favor of or opposed to this board continuing that emergency zoning that we already put in place. So that should pretty much explain it. With that, I will declare the public hearing open by advising that the purpose of this hearing is to get your comment pro or against the continuation of the interim zoning ordinance 006-1323. In interim official controls prohibiting large-scale solar projects over 1 acre in size located in township ranges 314, 315, 316, 414, 415, 416, 417, 515, 516, 517 in Klickitat County, Washington. For all of these that don't know those townships and ranges, that pretty much incorporates everything in the Golden Hills, Centerville Valley. With that, we kind of just did have a staff update between the two of us. So I will declare the public hearing open to citizen comment, explaining once again, please be civil. Somebody else testifying might have a different opinion than you, but that doesn't make them the enemy. We can all voice our opinions and make educated decisions from our opinions. So please be civil. Please don't clap. Please don't shout. It really affects people that are hard of hearing. And by all means, if you can't hear us, do something like this and get our attention so we can speak closer to the mic like I just did. Please state your name and address for the record. Again, you will have 3 minutes. And to start this public hearing, I would like to start it a little differently. If anybody is handicapped and wants to go first, or if they have a meeting to go to or a baseball game or anything else, and they want to go first, please raise your hand and we'll take you before we take everybody else. I'm not seeing one online or anyone else. So with that, we will open it to anybody. Public hearing for or against continuation of the interim zoning change. If you have comment, please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Actually, we'll go in the room first. Yeah, grab the sign-up sheets. Anybody on the sign-up sheet? All right, come on forward, come to the mic so everybody on Zoom land can hear you. You're gonna have to come down to this table if you want to speak. Yep, I thought you raised your hand, maybe not. Maybe I'm just calling random people out of the audience. I don't know. Then just state your name and general location in the county if you live in the county for the record. Make sure that little light's green and then your clock's up there, sir, whenever you want to start.
Okay, Richard Teese, Goldendale, Washington. I would like to say I am 100% behind this, but I'm going to add a but. I think that you should run it all the way out to Rock Creek on the east side. There's a lot of people out there and they're against it. And there's a lot of good farmland too. And that's what we're talking about protecting. So if you're running it out as far as Rock Creek, it's kind of a compromise for these people in a way. And that's about all I have to say, except thank you, commissioners, for being here today, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was trying to see if I can find our map that shows how far, what area it actually covers. But we'll just move on. Does anybody else in the room have comment for us? There'll be chances later if you want to wait for more people to talk other than you. Come on forward, sir.
I'm Carl Amadon. My address is 202 Knight Road. Been there for 72 years. I've listened to all this stuff and I've listened to people say how dumb the landowners are. And I just, finally today I had enough. I thought I'd come to town and say a few things. Private property rights, number one. Private property rights. Now, when all these people move here that are against this, the solar panels, and I'm really not that much in favor of solar panels, but I am in favor of private property rights. And these people make a decision, informed decision. They looked at the contracts. They know what's in front of them. They make a decision, a business decision to keep their farm ground in their family. So what's going to happen? You stop the solar panels from coming in. Now you have to stop the subdivisions from coming in. If these people want to save ag, and that's what everybody says, we've got to save the ag land. Well, you've got to stop subdivision. For instance, I have a landowner, a family of 4. They're all absentee landowners. They just got an offer, a huge offer for their land. So they came to me and they said, you want to match this offer? I looked at them and about had a heart attack. But they will keep it in the family if they can get 400 or 500 acres of solar panels. Now I realize that's what people don't want to see, but it might save that family farm. There's going to be another 1,000 acres that's not going to have solar panels. So there's other things, there's more things you got to think about than just, oh God, I don't want to look at them. We're trying to make a living out here, and we looked at these contracts, and I've been there for 72 years, and it would take a lot of pressure off. We've been under the gun since I started farming. Every year, we're going to make enough money to pay the bills. We love Klickitat County. I was raised here. I raised my family here. Now my grandkids are here. And now we have people moving in. And the first thing they do is they put a private property sign on their driveway. But they don't want to acknowledge our private property rights. You might be on a little bigger piece than 20 acres or 5 acres, but that's where I'm coming from. And I guess I just had enough and I had to come to town today. It's cool in here anyways.
I'm glad you did come to town today, sir, because your voice is just as important as everybody sitting in the room. So thank you for coming.
Yep.
We'll stay in the room with one more. If anybody else in the room, go ahead and come forward, sir. And then name and general location for the record.
Dennis Schroeder, 363 Rimrock Road in Goldendale. I just want to say that I am a proponent for the interim ordinance that you have written. I looked it over. It looks like you're addressing things correctly as far as we covered a lot of the ground that or the subjects that needed to be covered. So anyway, I appreciate you doing something to slow down the solar growth. Anyway, but that was my main comment regarding the as I have said before, that I am also a proponent of the I'd rather see the land turned into rural residential than I would turned into solar. And I'm not going to go over all the reasons because we've had that out, but I'm also a longtime family farm that that's kind of been our answer to doing something with the property. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll take a little break from in the room and go online. If anybody online, there's 45 people. If any of you have public comment for or against keeping the interim ordinance prohibiting large-scale solar in the aforementioned area, please raise your hand or get our attention. I'm not seeing any, so we will come back to you online if you're some. Heather, did you unmute yourself? I don't see any fluctuation on our mics. I just don't think it's working. Guess not. We'll go back in the room. Anybody else in the room? Mr. Eldred?
Delmer Eldred, Goldendale, Washington. I just want to say that I'm in favor of the interim zoning prohibiting the solar in the townships and ranges that you guys have specified in the moratorium. And that's all.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the room have a comment for or against keeping the interim zoning ordinance? Come on forward. If there's two of you, you can both come forward. There's two chairs. Louise, sending you on your own. Just don't cry on me.
I won't, it's short and sweet.
Okay, thank you.
I promise.
I can't take it today.
Me neither. My name's Deborah Wagner. I live in Goldendale. I support the continuation of the interim zoning for the prohibition of large scale solar in the townships called out in the solar moratorium. My reasons would be safety, health, and welfare of the people. That's all I have. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. What? You didn't. I'm proud of you.
Greg Wagner with Cease. I too support this continuation of the interim zoning for the prohibition of large-scale solar development in the townships called out in the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll go back online. Does anybody online have any comment for or against the interim ordinance? Keeping the interim ordinance? Oh, I see one. Diana Bambi, go ahead. There she goes.
Took me a while to get to my unmute. I also, well, Dinah Bambi, I live at 2274 Highway 141 in Trout Lake, Washington. I also in support of the interim zoning prohibition on large scale solar projects, but also want to comment that we really need to have a common sense approach to how solar projects are designed, approved, and implemented, and hope that the planning department is mindful of that, and that, you know, the developments I think are needed from an energy perspective, but having some common sense and in terms of scope and scale is really important to be attentive to that in our planning process. This concludes my comments.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else online have citizen comment for this hearing body? Okay, we'll go back in the room. Anybody else has not had comment that would like to make comment? There's a lot of you in here. Don't make me start pointing at people. Come on forward. Said I shut you off during the other one this morning, so you get all your time you want. Another 3 minutes.
Well, as a farmer, born on farm and stuff, farming is close to my heart, but also as my neighbors. And I have 20 acres. I could have solar panels on it. I'm poor. It'd be nice, but I love my neighbors. I couldn't do it to them. And yes, we have property rights, but if they stop when you harm your neighbor. I could put a pig farm. I think there's about 15 houses around me. Would they appreciate that? No, I couldn't do it to my neighbor. So I also support the interim zoning for the prohibition of large scale development in the townships called out in the solar moratorium. Thank you.
I have a quick question for you, ma'am, if I might. How long have you lived here?
47 years.
Thank you. Back in the room, anybody else in the room that have not made comment that would like to make comment? And I'll go back online if I don't see a hand. I don't see a hand. We'll go back online. Anybody online have comment for or against continuation of the interim zoning ordinance prohibiting large scale solar in the Golden Dale Centerville Valley? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Seeing none. We'll go back in the room. Anybody else in the room have a citizen? Come on forward. You started listening to the clock going tick-tock. Nobody's going to speak. Tick-tock. Name and general location, sir?
Dave Barta, Goldendale. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of interim controls on industrial solar in the moratorium area. I appreciate our present board's desire to hear the citizens enact in their interest. You've probably noticed, but it's been a long road. On November 6th of 2018, then Commissioner Sauter asked Planning Director Lindblad, quote, if the EOZ treats solar projects the same as wind projects. Director Lindblad's response was, quote, the EOZ allows solar but doesn't address regulations specific to solar. Near the end of that November 6, 2018 meeting, the minutes state, quote, discussion continued regarding updating the EOZ to encourage solar developers to locate in less populated areas, end quote. I have to ask, would we like where we are now better if that board had done what they themselves said they needed to do? But here we are, dozens of commissioner meetings with testimony opposed industrial solar petition with over 300 citizens signing it, opposing solar in the moratorium area, which was largely disregarded by the prior board, 2 moratoria, repeated hearings, FSEC meetings and hearings, etc. This is what happens when a can is kicked down the road. Basically, it's crushed by an irresistible force, having greater mass, inertia, and momentum. I sincerely thank this board for no longer kicking it down the road so it can be crushed by industrial solar developers. Thank you for picking up the can to do something with it. A couple of weeks ago, we had a fire, you might have noticed, that burned from Knight Road to Pine Forest, and then it jumped that road. Frank Laird truck was chasing it on the south flank. I thought we'd lost Ponderosa Park. And can't even believe we didn't lose Ponderosa Park. And I started making calls to friends there to tell them to get out immediately. Having seen a few wildland fires of this type, I thought it would go all the way to Pipeline, maybe 97. The property across which the fire burned is purportedly optioned by DNR to Invenergy for industrial solar. Had that installation been in place with hundreds of north-south solar panel racks slung with panels, our dozer would have been severely hampered and would have had to stay out of the solar area. Essentially, it would have come out on Pine Forest Road twice as wide as it was. I know we wouldn't have caught it if that was the case. It's precisely why the 2018 Board of Commissioners stated they needed to encourage development in less populated areas, but once more they kicked the can. Again, thank you for picking up the can. Thank you for passing ordinance 06823 and holding this commensurate hearing. For the sake of local citizens, please continue the present ordinance and enjoin a process to place permanent prohibition on industrializing the moratorium area with large-scale solar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You put some time into that one and it's very much appreciated. We'll stay in the room since online doesn't want to play. Does anybody else in the room have citizen comment for the Board of Commissioners? On this hearing, seeing none, we'll go back online. Does anybody online have public comment for or against continuation of the interim zoning ordinance? In case you came in late, prohibiting large-scale solar development in the Goldendale and Centerville valleys. Again, seeing none. We'll go back to the room. Anybody in the room have citizen comment for or against? Come on forward, sir.
Hi, my name's Ronchi. I live at the bottom of 142, milepost 19.
Last name again, sir?
Just one, Ronchi, Raunchi. I like the idea of this new thing you got going with the moratorium. I don't know why it took so long to do it. My reasoning is real simple. I don't want to drive through all those panels all the time. Quite often, if we leave Goldendale, we'll take Fairgrounds Road, go up Knight Road, Pine Forest Road, and get down that way. I don't want to see all that stuff out there. We've lived here for 43 years. We moved here because of the countryside. Most people are moving here. If you ask them why, they'll say because it's beautiful. We love the country. So let's not tear it up and destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's stay in the room since online doesn't want to play very well. Anybody else in the room that has not had an opportunity to comment for or against the continuation of the interim zoning? We'll go back online. Anybody online have comment for or against the interim zoning? Russ, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Russ Hanson, Goldendale. Just like to thank you for this opportunity to testify again. I believe for this is the fourth time now.
Yeah,
I appreciate you guys are.
the process is long, sir.
Yes, appreciate taking the bull by the horns this time. I'd just like to echo a bunch of Dave Barter's comments, and I'm glad that the planning commission finally got together and did something on this. And I'd just like to say that I'm fully in support of the continuation of the interim zoning ordinance for the prohibition of large scale solar. And main reasons is because we can't afford to lose our precious ag land. And the second is that population density in the Goldendale and the Centerville valleys changed tremendously over the last 20 years. And it's just not the right place for large scale solar. And thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Anybody else online have comment for or against continuation of the interim zoning? I'm seeing none. Back in the room. Anybody not come forward?
I do. I feel like, oh, this has been such a long road, guys.
It's been very long.
It's been long. It's been long, but the fight's been worth it. So I support this ordinance, the interim 0061323. I especially support the preservation of the public health, safety, and general welfare. Yeah, that's important. And you guys got my email about another solar battery fire last Thursday in New York. They happen, you know, people want to convince us this is new, green, great. And the more we educate ourselves, the more we see we're being frauded. We're taking minerals and we're doing all sorts of things. We're making glass, we're making blades, fiberglass, who knows what we're doing. Meanwhile, we want to take out turbines out of water that flows 24/7. You know, where's our common sense anymore? I wanted to believe in new green things, but you know, we're being frauded. We're just being frauded. And our little county can say no. We can say no. We can say not here. No, thank you. Go somewhere else that'll buy it. Where you have more commissioners like Commissioner Anderson that'll help you get it through. So I appreciate you two commissioners seeing that solar is not going to shop here. It's not going to pay property taxes. In fact, it's going to depreciate. We know that. We already know that. All renewable energies depreciate 8.5% each year, and then it's shifted to the people. And then you get to take more out of our wallets, and our property taxes go up, and our sales taxes go up, and our electric rates go up. So how is it good for us? It's not. Private property rights. All right, sounds great. Can I build a Walmart? How about I build a big resort on the side of the White Salmon River, and we can just dump the sewage in it and everything like that? Can I do that? It's my property. I have 700 feet on the White Salmon River. Why don't I put a store there? You know, just dump all that stuff in there. I'll do some chemical stuff. I can't do that. You guys are telling me, no, you can't even touch 50 feet from the high water mark. That's what you tell me. It's my property, but I can't do whatever I want. And we won't put this to rest. So the reason why we're here is because that's ag land. It's ag land. It's not industrial land, and we all know what it takes. We've seen Bickleton. We have the largest solar array in the state of Washington. We see what it looks like. We see what they do to put them in. They strip the topsoil. They have to pound these posts in the ground. And now you have nothing but black glaring glass for miles. Look out there when you're driving into town and you tell me one more time, I'm going to tell you, I climb up Bird Creek Meadows, I go to Hurricane Ridge, and you can stand up there and you can look out all over Glenwood, all the way to the Simcoes. You go up there one day and look out there and imagine you looking at nothing but black glaring glass, because I've done it. We don't want this. Thank you for this interim. I support it.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for being respectful of the clock. We'll stay in the room. Anybody else not had a chance that wants a chance? Pro or against, either way. All right, we'll go back online. Anybody online have a comment for the board, pro or against the continuation of the interim zoning ordinance to prohibit large-scale solar in the Goldendale and Centerville valleys? If you have comment for or against, now is your time. Amy's phone.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would just like to say I support the interim zoning ordinance for the prohibition or ban of large-scale industrial solar development within the townships listed in the current solar moratorium. Majority of these areas are currently actively farmed or wildlife corridors and have a large number of residential homes. These areas should not be zoned to allow thousands of acres of industrial solar panels surrounded by chain link fencing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else online have comment pro or against the interim zoning controls? Not seeing it. I'll go back in the room one more time. Anybody else not? Oh, Jim Hill, go ahead.
Hello. Also, in the landowner,
Sir,
Jim Hill, 31.
Sir, Mr. Hill, your audio is breaking up really bad. If you turn off your video, your audio should work better.
Okay, well, sorry.
Yep, now try that. Let's see if we
Sorry. Okay, how's that?
Yep, I can hear you much better now, sir.
Okay, Jim Hill, 3115 Highway 142. And I've said this before several times, but I keep hearing preserve the farmland, preserve the farmland. My 450 acres, more or less, would be involved in this project. You know, I don't know, and that I don't know what my grandkids are going to do with it when I'm gone and they, you know, get control of the land. But there could conceivably be 21 houses on that 400 acres, and each house is going to have a well into the aquifer. What's that going to do to the aquifer? And I can tell you from my experience that a 20-acre parcel is not a farm. And it will not be farmland. And it will not be pretty like we have now because of 21 houses. And trust me, it'll all sell. With this solar panel project, yes, it changes for a while, but in 20 years, or maybe 30, it's gone, and what we have left? Farmland. It's back, and probably better than ever. So all this talk about preserving farmland is, you know, bogus. The best way to preserve this farmland is endure the solar panels for 20 years, and then it's back. All this stuff is gone. They have to return it to the way it is today. It's in the contract. And I'm tired of, because when these people come in from out of town, buy 20 acres, where do they put their house? On farmland. And it's not going to get farmed anymore. If it is, it's not going to be like it is now. Trust me. So anyway, that's all I have to say. You know, for or against the moratorium is as long as whatever the planning department comes up with is probably going to be okay. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see what they come up with. Anyway, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And that actually brings up a good clarification that I can mention that we probably should have mentioned when we gave you the little update beforehand. The planning commission, when they work out whatever recommendation they're going to work out, will make that recommendation to the planning director. She will pass on that recommendation to the board of commissioners. The board of commissioners can adopt it. They can modify it, or they can do something completely different than what the planning commission recommended. So just so everybody's well aware of that. With that, let's stay online. Anybody else online? We're about out of people in the room, but we'll give them another chance here in a second before we call last call. Anybody online have public comment for or against the continuation of the interim zoning? Seeing none, back in the room. Anybody not spoken that wants to speak? Seeing nothing in the room either. So, does the board have any clarifications of anyone's comments that they've made? Also, any questions they can ask of staff that they heard today? Do my seatmates have any of those? No. And I don't as well. So we'll go last call for public comment until 6 o'clock tonight. I see A Walker with her hand up. Do you have public comment for the board on pro or against whether we keep the interim zoning ordinance for large scale solar development in the Goldendale and Centerville Valleys?
No, sir. Sorry, I thought it was a general call for comments. Can you direct me when I'll be able to make a general public comment?
General public comment is during citizen comment every Tuesday between 1 o'clock and 1:25.
Will there be another opportunity today?
Nope. Today we are just doing public comment for the 2 hearings we have, and then we'll have continuation of these 2 hearings at 6 o'clock tonight. Where we'll be receiving comment from anybody that has not spoken during the 1:30 hearings. With that, we will continue to say anybody else who has not had comment, this is your last opportunity during this hearing. If you have not spoken, if you want to wait and speak at the one later this evening, that's fine too. Last call. Not seeing it. Any other discussion by the board? Hearing none. In conclusion, I will state that the record of the public hearing is now continued until 6 p.m. August 1st, 2023 at the Klickitat County Services Building in Goldendale, which is where we are currently at. We will have it again online and in person if you haven't spoke or if you just want to attend. And then afterwards, I'm sure you could probably count on more discussion from the board than you got at the end of this one. So with that, thank you everybody for showing up. Your voices do matter, both sides. And we'll give everybody a second in case anybody wants to leave before we move on with our general business. They ain't got no padding on them. They're way more comfortable than mine. Sure. Mics are hot, just so you know.
Hi, how are you?
Some of them waiting. Yep, enjoy, sir. Right?
Thank you. Wise.
We'll know what that is 6 months from now and hindsight kicks in.
Good luck.
I don't know what else we really have unless you want to get into discussions of something else. Because we're kind of off into board pending land. Oh, except HR just showed up. I want to give everybody a second to clear the room without kicking them out.
She's she is. He's out of here now.
That's all it took for him to go. He's like. And we bring her in to throw bricks at me once in a while. Did you figure out time? I just told me how to written it down. That works. Okay. All righty. I don't mind the conversation going on back there. It's pretty quiet. Does any other members of the board, do the staff have any questions for us or have anything pertinent they need to bring up before we get to later on next meeting? Commissioners, do you have any other commissioner updates that we haven't already discussed? Haven't already covered or? Mike.
We are still looking for another applicant for the Bridge Commission for an alternate position.
Did the alternates we had not choose to alter?
One person chose to not be seated.
As an alternate.
Is there any district they need to be from, Jay?
Hmm?
Or is there any district they need to be just countywide?
Anywhere in the county.
Okay. Okay.
No, I would say countywide, but I would think they need to have some kind of
Yeah.
interest in the bridge, some kind of knowledge in the bridge.
Okay.
Some kind of knowledge of engineering or architectural or trucking or
Right. What we'd really like is someone with a finance background.
finance background. That makes sense. I'm assuming this, not having this person doesn't necessarily hold up business. It's just would be nice to have them in case they're needed scenario.
It'd be nice to have someone with a finance background that can grow with the bridge as the project goes forward.
Makes sense. Okay, anything else for the good of the order, or shall we recess?
I mean, we got these guys.
Oh, yeah. HR, sorry. 2 seconds ago I had you and then I lost you.
Sometimes it's good to be ignored, but two things. This system is set up on 2.4 gigahertz. Kind of sounds like Back to the Future. Only 3 vendors make microphones that will work on this system. This one is the cheapest of the 3 and it's expensive. So we're getting quotes on the other 2. But whatever we go to replace that mic or any mic has to work within the transmitters on this system. So that's the delay. We found out from the vendor that we can do it, how we can do it. We just now are trying to get quotes on the limited options for equipment to replace it.
Right, I wouldn't mind a quote on adding another cable and getting another fixed mic. Because half the time the presenters are sitting at that table when they're trying to use a mic.
Okay.
It still would be nice to have a mic to pass around the audience. I just don't know how much that's used versus literally sitting at that table. So
you would use that table or do you use that table for the public to make presentations?
no, I'm saying when we're in finance or like
Oh,
Moshi
gotcha.
just
I
did,
gotcha.
or that's most of the time when that mic gets used.
Gotcha.
It's not being handled around the room. We make them come forward. So part of me wants to be safe with the dollars we spend and buy something we know works versus buy another expensive mic that may not work.
Okay.
I mean, that's just me. So I'd like to have a price quote for both.
Okay. We can do that. And then finally, this morning you were talking about the insurance premium and potentially changing the deductible. So we had between 2013 and 2021, 28 claims, paid claims, but over 60 filed claims. We had 13 claims that were under $10,000, 14 claims that were above $25,000, and one claim that was in the middle. And so it would make sense to change our deductible or raise it to 25,000. The insurance company already got back to me with it. It would be a savings of $26,176. Basically drop our premium for, this is for liability, not from $972,645 to $946,469. Then I would suggest or recommend, this may be a budget issue. Should you do that, that you consider taking that $26,000 and putting it in non-departmental or someplace to offset covering some of these smaller claims that we have to pay out of our pocket, or the county has to pay or reimburse the insurance carrier. So might be, it's a small way to be self-insured for the smaller claims. Commissioner Christopher and I were talking, if you do that over a course of time, then, you know, that could build up and fully cover small claims.
So that is essentially what the pool is doing and building up essentially a fund balance. That is what my hope is this county does. That's what we were talking about with finance people and Pam from Public Works this morning. To hopefully they can set aside part of their insurance savings into their own little VR&R type of account for when they do need to cover something or roll a dump truck or whatever. They have the money set aside to do it based on their savings of insurance premiums. According to the presentation from Rob, the difference between if we went from 10,000 deductible to $25,000 deductible and save 15,000 a year for 10 years, that's 150 grand. We were only in that range with a claim once. So to me, it makes cost-effective sense to up our deductible to 25, but not necessarily take that savings and throw it in our general fund and use it on payroll. But to set it aside and build ourselves our own little insurance fund for when we gravel a truck or hit a rock on SR 14.
And you wouldn't have to feed it indefinitely. You could just, we could set a limit of, we want to get up to $100,000 or $75,000, and then, you know, should that drop down or when that drops down,
feed it again for a year or two.
So, but anyway, that may or may not be a budget. So would the commissioners like me to notify the insurance carrier, or you want to just bring it back next week for an action, or do you okay, just now's the time to tell them because they're getting ready to set for the.
Yeah, they're getting ready to send policies out, and that's kind of, this is something that's been on my radar for a while. And I know enough about it that I feel that I can make the decision today, but if you guys want to chew on it longer, talk to finance or anything else, I totally understand it, but we probably should get an answer by next week so that we can get them to write policies in the correct dollar amount if we change.
And what to do with the $26,000 is possibly a second discussion, you know, raise the deductible, and then what to do with the savings.
Right, but if we are going to put it aside, this is another one of those kick the can down the road things. We need to make that decision this year, not plan it. No, let's spend it on something and then hope to get it back.
I just meant on that one, we could talk to Jen and maybe at the first workshop, if we needed to, talk about how much and where and how, and the auditor and the treasurer. But anyway, but
I mean, if it makes good financial sense and you have small claims and you don't have anything in the middle, I don't see a problem with it. Whether we create a self-finance pool or whatever, it's all the same money. It's just a color of money that we're artificially creating. We've got the reserve side of the house. And that's in essence what you're doing anyways. You're just creating another bars number with a reserve that hopefully we're getting interest on. So I don't know if we need to do that. I'd like, you know, the $20,000 be going into reserves. But I don't know what this budget's going to look like, and we might need that money for something else.
So I
like
guess-
one claim.
Yes, no, I mean, you have points there. So I would say this breaks down into two questions. Does the board feel it makes good financial sense to jump at 25 grand? And that's one decision. And then we can always broach the, what do we do with the savings as we go through the budget process?
Didn't I say?
Yes,
I think
that
I-
makes sense to me. Yeah, because my only concern would be what we're doing with that money. And if we do create that reserve, that it doesn't end up somewhere else, or we can't fund it eventually because we siphon it off for in the future.
And that's the challenge big counties have everywhere I've ever been is if if their deductible is $250,000 or $500,000, you know, and they build up a $500,000 account or $1 million account to offset that self-insurance level. Takes a lot of discipline not to dip into that when times get tough. So, but at this case, you know, we're still at a very, very low deductible. Most of the counties in the pool are higher than we are. So.
And I would imagine, I've already talked to Jen in finance, I'd imagine we would, as we go through the budget, we would talk about the VR&R on the fleet vehicles and what we do with those funds. And that's kind of the same avenue, so it makes sense to just say yes to upping the deductible and cover the rest of it as we go through the process.
Sounds good.
I think that's all three of us. Yeah.
Yes, on the deductible and then the rest to be discussed or continue. Okay. I'll notify the carrier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being so quick and timely on this. Huh?
Didn't you say there were two things?
Yeah, didn't you say there was two things and that was just one of them? Oh, first one was the microphone.
Forgot about that already. Are you gonna get the Avidex to take that microphone back and give us a refund on it?
No, it's past the warranty. They actually came down on site once and tested it for a whole day and said it worked fine. So literally, and more than once, every time they were here, they'd turn it on, set it aside and they'd leave and say it's still on. So I don't know.
Then
That's
again,
why-
our phone still works fine too.
That's
so.
why. That's why. That's why I don't want to get another of this brand, though this is a high quality brand. I want to completely change it out.
That's kind of me. That's why I want a wired mic. We know these work. I'll string another cable.
Yeah.
Uh,
But I can ask, we can ask. I doubt they'll take it back, but
Well, if
Doesn't
they've
hurt to
tested
ask.
it, they've said they've done their part and that was. the
we
one
might,
day
they
it
might
worked.
give us trade-in value or something anyway. Here, we'll give you 78 cents
Well-
towards the purchase of a $500 mic.
trust me, we'd love to get this fixed just as much as you'd like us to get it fixed. Thank you.
All righty. Any other staff questions? I know, she was just talking. I wasn't putting you on the spot today, if that's what you were hearing. Okay. So we made the decision to up our insurance deductible from 10,000 to 25,000, which will save 15,000 a year, 26,000 a year. We've already made that decision. The question is, what do we want to do with the 26,000 a year? Do we want to just spend it in the other things and not set it aside, or in some way set up some kind of a fund or pool or something to cover the car damage that we get that we no longer are insured for? So those are questions we needed to kind of hammer out in the budget process. Kind of the same as our VR&R fund for the fleet vehicles that may not be being replaced, that have fund balance. What are we gonna do with those things? So I figured it's all kind of the same question. So. Anything else? Any other electeds or anybody online have anything for us before we recess to this afternoon? Hearing none, seeing none. Hearing no seatmates, so I would entertain a motion for recess.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to recess until 6 PM this evening for two public hearings.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess until 6 PM this evening. With that, I would mention that we do have a budget workshop this Thursday for anybody not tuning in this evening. That is in person only. Come on down to the room. With that, we have motion and a second to recess. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of recess, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. We are recessed until 6 o'clock.
Alrighty, we have a video open or meeting. We'll also be declaring that this public hearing is now open. First thing we'll be covering is the Title 12 road standards. In allowing testimony either for or against the new and updated proposed Title 12 transportation standards. We'll start with a staff update.
Okay, we'll make this
Without a
brief. The original Title 12 standards are transportation standards used for development. They do regulate what the county also does on their projects. We have to match what the standards are. The original standards were adopted in 2004. Time has come to update the standards. That's what this process is. We put together a committee back, and our first meeting was in April 2021. So we've been working on this for 2 years. This is quite a long process. The committee was made up of 14 citizens, including including a person from planning and 2 people from public works. The committee, like I said, met over the next 2 years. And the standards have grown just because things have grown, as everybody's aware of. We live in a state where we have a lot of different regulations and they keep growing every year. For instance, the old standards were 43 pages. This is 126. The main things that were done, the goals of this were to cover stuff that weren't in the old standards, to clear up discrepancies, and to define differences between public and private roads. Items that were added to the standards that we actually did work with, but nothing was written down on, were franchise agreements, stormwater stuff, road vacancies, right-of-way donation, large industrial development, a variance process, and performance guarantees. I'd like to thank the committee. They spent a lot of time and effort over the 2 years. They provided a lot of research and looked up a lot of things. And they also, at the very beginning of the project, or very beginning when we started, we asked not to bring personal projects to the committee. That was not part of this committee or part of the standards. I'll ask the same thing of the public. If you have questions about a personal project, you can contact Public Works. We will discuss that. With that, I will turn it over.
Okay, thank you, sir. With that, we'll open the public hearing to comment either for or against the adoption of this proposed Title 12 transportation standards. I would like to remind the public to please be civil. Different people testifying might be testifying as the opposite belief you are, but that doesn't make them the devil. Give them the common courtesy that you would expect. Also, no cheering, no clapping. Again, we have people that have trouble hearing, and it's kind of disrespectful to the people testifying if they're being overpowered by clapping. So the first meeting went off great. I expect this will be fine too. At the start of your testimony, please state your name and general location for the record. And make sure you tell us during your testimony, even if you have 3 minutes in there, that you're either for or against. There'll be a clock on the screen up there, hopefully this time. And we'll go with that. So we'll start with anybody in the room. Does anybody in the room here? We'll end up doing Title 12 first, and then we'll do solar right after. If you're here to provide comment either for or against the Title 12 road standards, please raise your hand or get my attention. Mr. Sizemore, come on forward.
There was a sign-up sheet. You have a sign-up sheet.
Yes.
It's still out there as people are funneling in.
Jim Sizemore, rancher and farmer, Centerville, Washington, 819 Yagle Lane. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and commissioners, for allowing to testify. I am support of the new formulated requirements. I do not want to go back to what it was in the late 70s when I first moved here. There was large tracts of land that were sold to developers that had a D7 cat with an 8-foot blade, and they made the roads. They took a pencil and a straight edge and took a map of the property that they had and divided it up into 10-acre parcels. And that's all they needed to do. The county inherited a horrible mess back then. Emergency responders could not find the private drives. After so many lots were sold in one particular area, the next thing that happened was the county was being petitioned to make it a road, all-weather road. And the county does not need to go backwards. We have some pretty good rules that really keep everybody, the public and our people that work on the roads and the emergency responders safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else in the room have public comment for or against the Title 12 road standards as written? Seeing none, we'll go online. Is anybody online? There's now 20 people. We will begin. We'll be doing the solar hearing after this hearing, but is anybody online to testify about the Title 12 road standards, either for or against? I see no one. Back in the room. Don't make Jim be here all by himself now. Still seeing none. Give it a second. Seems kind of weird to have last call for public comment so early, but we'll kind of make it a last call either in the room or online. If you have comment for the Title 12 road standards, this is your last opportunity. Almost last. Hearing none. Okay, is there any clarification questions from my seatmates about the public statement and or the staff update? Clarification of questions? No? No? Okay. So now is your absolute last chance to make public comment before we close this hearing to further comment in the room or online. If you have public comment, speak now. Still see none. With that, I will close this public hearing to verbal comment. Written comment. We'll get to that in a minute. Discussion by the board. But if you're ready, or do you want me to go first? Y'all just love it when I go first. Can I take all the heat off you? It would be my recommendation from this board that we leave written comment open, that we carry forward and have a workshop, preferably in the afternoon as the last item of the workshop, so we can go as long as we need to go through this book line item by line item. Public Works said they would be providing us with a red line copy, and make sure that we can get behind everything in it without any further changes before we move forward with the SEPA. That would be my recommendation.
So you're trying to get this straight. You're wanting to add this discussion to Thursday's meeting this Thursday? Are they going to be able to get us a red line copy by Thursday?
I'm not ready for it by Thursday's meeting now.
Okay, so not this workshop.
Not this workshop. It's
Okay,
already scheduled.
I was
It would
gonna
be a
say,
future workshop.
that's a lot of reading.
Yep. Oh, it's all right here.
Yeah.
But to me, I have to look at the testimony that was received today and go through this binder. I already obviously have all my little stickies. of questions that I personally have. And I guess the way I look at it is kind of like Commissioner Zoller discussed earlier with the CAO. That I believe that we shouldn't just be taking a document that's delivered to us and just unilaterally approving it without actually looking at it. I'm not a rubber stamper. I like to get down and dirty and messy and make sure when I vote on something, I can stand behind what I'm voting on. So that was kind of my recommendation before we had this public hearing, but it's still my recommendation after.
When is our next scheduled workshop? Do you know?
I was gonna say, I think they're every
Thursday. Okay.
every Thursday because we have budget, but that's why I was hoping maybe we could get it at the end. So if it takes us 2 hours, it takes us 2 hours. My biggest worry is we schedule half an hour for something because I can guarantee you I'm gonna need more than that.
So do you want staff to put it on the agenda at the end in a workshop 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now? Which,
As long as it's not this Thursday. As long as it's not this Thursday, I don't care. That would give me, like I said, I am a little behind on my cross matching because we got the new copy a couple weeks ago and I'm trying to look from the copy we had to the new copy to see what was tweaked, what was changed. And then as you can tell, I've been kind of a little busy in the last week chasing fires around and dealing with all that I haven't.
So would the
finished.
10th work?
Yeah.
Would you be interested in motion?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would move, your hands up.
Yep, sorry, I said yes, sir, without making sure my other seatmate didn't have any questions or comments.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would move to close the oral comment and to leave the written comment open and continue this discussion on Thursday, August 10th in the afternoon for further deliberations.
Do we have a second?
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this meeting to August 10th for further deliberations during a workshop. Any of you that are interested in Title 12 or how we work through this process are more than welcome to attend. It is a workshop. We usually don't have public comment on Thursdays, but if there's people here wanting to comment on the Title 12, I might allow it when we get there. So with that, any other discussion? No. All those in favor of continuing this meeting until August 10th workshop, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you both. Moving on, our next item for discussion is a public hearing in regards to ordinance 0061323, which is
Thank you,
interim.
gentlemen.
Yep. I should have let everybody vacate, shouldn't I? I did that really well this afternoon and then I stopped today. The next item is a public hearing in regards to ordinance 0061323, interim official control prohibiting large-scale solar projects over 1 acre in size located in township ranges 314, 315, 316, 414, 415, 416, 417, 515, 516, 517 in Klickitat County, Washington. And for those that are unaware of where those township ranges are, they pretty much incorporate the Golden Hill and Centerville valleys. We currently have interim zoning ordinance that prohibits large scale solar development. This hearing is to allow this board to decide whether it wants to continue that process prohibiting large scale solar development or whether it wants to remand it. With that, we will declare the public hearing open. Once again, if you have public comment, please state your name and address for the record. We will start in the room first. If you have public comment for or against, and you haven't already given comment at the 1:30 meeting, please come forward and give your name. And yep, there's one. There's two. Well, you got to fight over an arm wrestle.
I really don't arm wrestle that well.
Okay,
And we'll end up hopping back and forth from Zoom to in the room, and you will be definitely known when it's last call. So.
Dave West, Centerville. Just a real quick short story. A few years ago, there was a public official who was quite rude. Finally figured it out. He walked up to me and he says, "I apologize if I offended you." And I said, "You can't offend me. You have no importance in my life. Keep that in mind." May 21st, matter of fact, back up a little bit. Jim Sizemore just gave the perfect example of why we're not allowed to do anything we want with our private property at the mess that can occur. Thank you, Jim. I'm not against solar, but I do believe it has an appropriate place in our county. May 21st, a couple years ago, May of 21, over 300 people signed a request to the Board of County Commissioners to change the course of how they were handling solar in the valley. It was ignored. We had the moratorium hearing, which you heard hundreds of people say this is not the place. The FSEC hearing, you're all there, you heard dozens of people, the vast majority, say this is not the place. Finally, after over 2 years of feeble excuses of why it shouldn't go to the Planning Commission, thank you, it went to the Planning Commission. A cross section of people representing the entire width of our county, different economic, different political, different careers. After months of study and research, the vote was unanimous to bar large-scale solar from this valley. I was there for each one of their discussions. Why? We're a dense population. It puts it at risk to damage property values and risk to damage people, as well as the property physically itself. No expert is needed. Those people, one of them, he made huge money helping build Lund Hill. He would have the same opportunity here, but he said, no, money is not the principle here that we should be following. It is the lives of the people to decide how it should be. They listened to the people, they came to the conclusion from one end of the county to the other. Washington State University came out with the least conflict study. Now they ignored the social and economic impact of large scale solar in their mapping. And even with the bias of the solar corporations calculated in, this valley mapped out as a place to avoid. Contrary to Cypress Creek, our farm and range land rated as moderately high value. Our conservation needs were moderately good. Our own EOZ, there are statements in documents attached to it in revisions that solar shall be small and few and cited to minimize the visual impact. We've all heard it today from Dave Barta about November of 18. Am I that done?
Wrap it. Give you 10 more seconds.
Okay, there's no greater betrayal to the citizens of this county if you ignore their will, and it has been said. Any elected official who does not respect that when it is overwhelmingly clear is a disgrace to the seat in which he sits. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, who wants to follow that one? We have somebody in the room, and then we'll go online when we're done with this in the room. Name and general location for the record, sir.
Thank you. Tom Holub, Holub, Goldendale resident. My wife and I took a couple of years to look where we wanted to retire, and we decided that the Goldendale area we went all over the Northwest and loved it here, but largely because of the beautiful scenic farmland that you see when you come up over the hill on 97 or come down the hill. And so we brought all our assets from out of state, all my retirement income, etc. We've invested a couple $100,000, or more in building and living on our property. We bought our property in 2006 before I retired, and then we slowly developed it, but we love this place. We really like being here, but we don't like the idea of large scale solar. We have solar on our roof. I'm not opposed to it, but I think as somebody at the Planning Commission stated at the last meeting I attended, there's tens of thousands of acres of more appropriate place in Klickitat County than on usable scenic farm land. And we love the Centerville, Goldendale area and the beauty around here. I would like to request a continuation of the moratorium on that, on our valley. And I would also like to request that the commissioners consider even going so far, if possible, as a court procedure to block the Carragher project, because I don't like big corp telling us what to do. It really bothers me. And as a consequence, if it's possible, I don't think Carragher, Cypress Creek, and their parent companies are going to stop. But there's got to be a way to stop them. So I'm hoping that the commissioner, you commissioners, can help us out with that, if it comes to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll go online. Does anybody online have public comment either for or against? I see a Justin with a hand up.
Hi, Dan. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm going to be pretty short and sweet here. I think y'all have heard my public hearings. Just going to say, Justin Bosque out of Houston. I support the ordinance 0061323, interim zoning prohibiting large-scale solar in the township laid out in the moratorium. I agree that there is an emergency in Klickitat County to preserve the public health, safety, and general welfare of the people in this area. I hope that you continue and support this ordinance, and that's all I really have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. We'll stay online. Does anybody else online have public comment either for or against the continuation? 3245, are you unmuted?
I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead. 3245. Give me your name and location for the record, please.
Ken McCune, Goldendale, Washington. That's capital MC, capital KUNE. I support the ordinance 0612323, the interim official control prohibiting large-scale solar projects over 1 acre. Do I have an alternative to that? So happens that there is an alternative. You don't need sun, you don't need the wind, you don't need nuclear, you don't need pump power projects, you don't need Chinese labor to produce it. It's called the Bloom Box, and it's created by an American company, Bloom Energy, in San Jose and California, San Jose, California. And they use a little bit of natural gas, the solid oxide fuel cell, and water, and put it in a box. That's why they call it the Bloom Box. And it's like creating a storm, an electrical storm in the box, and it creates electricity. And the end result is not waste, it's water. The only thing that the waste you get is H2O. And it already exists. There's corporations already using it. So the reason I wanted to tell you about it is that creates great hope for a clean energy. And it runs 24 hours. You know, you don't need the wind, you don't need the sun, you don't need nuclear power. So my hope is that we move our attention away from solar and nuclear and pump power projects to the Bloom Box. let's get on with the future. It's a science that developed from our desire to go to Mars. It was developed in the aerospace industry. And it already exists. Look it up, go to Bloom Energy, read all about it, call them up, talk to them, and let's get a future going here without ruining our beautiful county, our beautiful farm life here. I don't want to look out there and see a bunch of solar panels created by slave labor and billions of dollars that could go right back into the Bloom box. And eventually we'll all have our own blue box. That's their goal, is to where we will just be basically independent of the BPA. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. We'll ask Commissioner Anderson is playing around on that website. Is it hydrogen production?
It looks to be the Bloom box is in essence the storing of the power. It shows here solar farms and wind farms that move into the Bloom box.
I'll have to look it up. All righty, let's stay online. Does anybody else online have public comment for or against the continuation of the interim zoning ordinance? That's it. So let's go back in the room. Is anybody else in the room? Go ahead and come forward, sir. And then we'll take behind you next.
I'm Warren Daisy. That about right. I live 1 mile west of Knight Road. And I am very much in favor of prohibiting large-scale solar for a multitude of reasons. Some of them, well, most of them already been covered, but from my place, if people come out to my place, the first thing they say is, it feels peaceful out here. At night, it's quiet. If I've got solar switches and nighttime maintenance crews, and all the stuff that's involved with that, I no longer have peaceful. I no longer have quiet. Two of the main reasons I moved out here. One of the big things that the Goldendale area has going for it is tourism. And I think that the tourism at any level, whether it's hotels, motels, restaurants, the Red House, anything like that, is going to be negatively affected by covering the area with solar panels. Agriculture is going to be hugely negatively affected. And I'm telling you, without farmers, there's no food. Without food, you don't eat. And yes, we can import all our food from China until they decide they're going to be at war with us, and they're not going to send us any food. One of the things about this valley that you'll notice is the beauty of some of these farms. And going up Knight Road, you can see it. The first house you come to, the first place, is beautiful. And you can tell there's been a lot of hard work, and in some of these places, generations of hard backbreaking work, and they poured everything they have into it. We have a government for the people. And if 85–90% of the people are opposed to this thing, do we have a government for the people? There's been some other things that have been covered before, and some of those folks aren't here, but I'm not against the iron workers. I think they're going to have jobs no matter where they go. And there will be projects all over the place. And when their project is done, they leave. I used to be a construction worker that did that, followed the work, and that's what they do. I honestly, for myself, I haven't done the soil studies or anything like that, but I think once you give up farmland to solar or any of these green energy things, you've lost it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, does anybody else in the room have Citizen comment for or against the interim zoning ordinance? Go ahead, sir. Come on forward, state your name. It's after 6 o'clock and the air conditioner shut off. Gets a little warm in here.
Either one, Tom.
Either one.
Okay, my name is Tom Tastone. I live about a mile north of town on 1217 North Columbus Avenue. And my remarks are largely going to be involving the issue of fire and certain dangers associated with solar farms and fire. And of course, this is less than a week old. The headline in the Sentinel about the fire out on Newell Road. I know it as the Newell Grade Road. Anyway, I brought this in as kind of a prop, shall we say. And what I did is I penciled out some remarks, so bear with me. Okay, volunteer fire crews were barely able to stop the Newell Road fire at the middle road. While they did succeed in saving the Lund solar facility, it was nip and tuck. As it was, they ran out of water. Other structures maybe could have been saved, but for the inordinate attention the solar facility received. Solar farm fires themselves can and will happen, and the bigger the installation, the more likely they will occur. On July 28th, a huge battery fire occurred in Farmington, New York. Fire officials said it would have to burn for 5 to 7 days. They couldn't put it out, all the while spewing toxic fumes. Lithium-ion batteries are terrible in this respect. When an electric car catches fire, you can't put it out, and it takes about an hour to run its course. Solar panels themselves can catch fire and burn, again spewing toxic fumes. And how could such a fire be fought over 6,000 plus acres behind chain link fences? Sources I have researched indicate that in general, solar farm fires are underreported due to a negative publicity. And then there's one German study indicated that in 430 documented cases, of course, this is in Europe, about half the photovoltaic systems itself were the direct cause of fires. But what about adjacent areas spreading fire to solar farms? The recent Knight Road fire burned across what would have been the northern part of what could be the huge Knight Road solar farm. That was a tough fire to control. And through heroic efforts of Rural 7 and other agencies, Ponderosa Park was saved. Our winds this spring and summer have been fierce. The same winds that drove the fire would spread toxic fumes all over Goldendale from the planned solar installation. And there are numerous electrical hazards in attempting to put out a solar farm fire. Rural 7 and related agencies are simply not equipped to fight such fires, nor should they be expected to assume such risk. From the direct loss of farmland, increased runoff, loss of grazing and wildlife habitat, and desecration of our beautiful Klickitat Valley, this facility should not be built. 85% of solar panels are made in communist China. They import coal out of Gillette, Wyoming to run their coal-fired electric generation.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna have you wrap it up. You've hit time, so take another 10,
Okay.
15 seconds to
Okay,
close.
so
And
they can have power to make solar panels, sell it, so subsidized by our federal government and so forth, anywhere. I have more to say if you want to talk to me later. Anyway, continue your moratorium.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you, sir. We'll stay in the room. Does anybody else in the room have citizen comment? Come on forward, sir.
Gene Callan, 38 Knight Road, Goldendale. This has been a long journey and I will keep it short. I think 2 or 3 years. I think I've written 2 or 3 letters, been up at this table 2 or 3 times. So I'm not going to go over the points that are the valid points that are for us. I've got 2 points to make. One, I highly encourage you to listen to the citizens and keep this ban in place. I was appreciated the planning council's conversations and deliberations and the unanimous approval of the ban. Now it's up to the commissioners to keep that. So I, one, absolutely support that. But 2, I think there's another battle on the horizon, and that's with FSEC. And I know it's not on the agenda tonight, but I highly encourage the county to hire outside land use counsel to help with that topic. With that, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the room have comment, or we want to go online? Go on forward. We'll do online next. If you're waiting online, you'll be next.
Sorry. Gary, England, north of town. I think Dave Barter and Dave West pretty much said everything that I would ever say. We need to continue the moratorium. The wife and I came here 6 years ago, invested way over $500,000. Now we're going to be looking at solar cells. I don't think that's right. But I do agree with all these guys out here, people that own land. See, I was a builder all my life. And when people start telling you what to do with your land, but we got two sides of the story here. How do we get it together? I don't know. But if it was just me, I'd tell all those solar people to go to hell. But I'm for solar. What can I say? So I vote for this, if that's anything I can do.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, so we'll go online. Does anybody else online have public comment for or against maintaining the interim ordinance prohibiting large-scale solar in the valleys? I'm not seeing any. So we'll go back in the room. Does anybody in the room have comment that hasn't made comment? Come on forward, sir.
Jim Sizemore, 819 Yeagle Lane, Centerville, Washington. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I don't know that I can support the moratorium. This issue I was conflicted when I sat over in the other building, big time. Production ag land, we're losing that. There's not much left. A 2.5 acre parcel, a 5 acre, a 10 acre, 15 acre for a large operation for the cost of the machinery. And what it takes a lot of acres to spread that cost out. And we're in an area where there is no irrigation, and there won't be any more irrigation here because the state has stopped issuing irrigation permits. So what worries me most is the moratorium is a moot point when they go to the state permitting authority. And what I would encourage this Board of Commissioners, as you wrestle with trying to protect, because you are the protector of the property rights of every landowner in this county. And so you want to make sure you know what the unintended consequences are when you pick an area and say your property rights are this over here, and in another area, the property rights for the same thing are different for landowners there. That be careful. But the FSEC committee, what worries me most with it is it should be that the permitting authority is responsible for county infrastructure, the pollution and the cleanup, and whatever else. It should not fall back on the taxpayers and the landowners in this county. Now, if the county permits, when they permitted the wind farms, the first one they got educated on because they did not protect the infrastructure, and Dot Road was all rebuilt by county tax dollars that was destroyed by the wind farm construction. I do believe that the only way to affect FSEC and to get the county safe is we need a legislative fix. And I think all the other 38 counties in this state would stand with you on that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any buildings and grounds in the building, or are they all in homes? Just curious, because we should have had a little forethought about telling them to keep the air conditioners running. So you're all probably getting a little warm and stuffy.
Only 98 degrees.
Thank you, Mr. Sizemore. The other option would be propping doors open and whatnot. So we will continue in the room. Let's, anybody else in the room have public comment that hasn't had a chance? Come on forward, ma'am.
Elaine Harvey, Goldendale, Klickitat County resident. I support this ordinance, this moratorium to exclude and prohibit industrial solar in these specified areas for the reasons, my sincere concern for the lands of this valley, the lands of my ancestral lands, for my cultural resources, for the wildlife and the fish and the water, because they all matter. And I know these projects, if permitted, will impact all of those. So that's the reason I come here today, to talk on behalf of our resources as the first people of this land for thousands of years, not just 100.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's go back online. Does anybody else online have public comment for or against the continuation of the interim zoning ordinance? I'm not seeing it. So we'll go back in the room. Does anybody in the room have any comment that hasn't had a chance? Come forward, sir. Name and general location for the record once you get up here.
My name is Luke Throop. I live just east of town here out on Bickleton Highway. Kind of new to this conversation. I've been keeping tabs on the solar debate as it's ebbed and flowed. And it's been a challenge to resolve the conflict between individual property rights and what's best for the community. And I think that really that responsibility lies, unfortunately, upon your shoulders. As the commissioners, you are our elected representatives. And if we're to have representative government, which ostensibly we do in the United States of America, have representative governments, you're elected to represent the people. Now, listening in here now, just tonight, I mean, overwhelmingly in favor of supporting the solar moratorium. It's not that we're against industrial solar, it's that this isn't the right place. We need to have zoning and ordinances to deal with that. That's fine. Mr. Sizemore made the comment about property rights and having legislative options. My question to you, to chew on, mind you, is it up to the state to decide how we live our lives in Klickitat County? Does the state get to decide how we can and cannot use our lands, how we can and cannot develop our community? Or is that a community level decision? And if it is a community level decision, this is where we flesh it out in the community forum, in these meetings. Now, like I said, I'm new to the conversation. I have kept tabs. I've spoke to Greg when he was standing out in front of the post office. I had no idea about all the harm and the toxic fumes and all this stuff with the solar. You know, it sounds good. Let's go green. Let's save the planet. Sounds good. Right up until something goes up in flames, toxic fumes are spilling out and you can't put it out. We don't have the resources in the county to deal with that threat. So if we want to talk about property rights, oh, you have the right to build a solar farm and have all this stuff and get all this money. That's great. Do we, the people, have the right to take that money back when all hell breaks loose and goes up in flames? Because there needs to be some accountability with that. So let me get back to my point. What's my time frame? All right.
You're not used to having a clock. are
I'm
you?
not used to having a clock. What I hear and what I would, I'm in favor of upholding the solar moratorium. And thank you to the Planning Commission. Thank you to the commissioners who have stood up and listened to the people to push pause. There are other options. We don't need to barrel ahead, bullheaded, and make this happen against the will of the people. If you do that, you have violated your oath of office to represent we the people in Klickitat County. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else in the room have? You look like you're coming. Oh, you're gonna make me tear up already. That's the end of that, I guess. So it was a visual comment and not a public comment.
So
It's, we didn't give you a copy, but we'll
Yes.
make sure you get a copy. It's from Bev and Joe Yesman. It says, please stop large scale solar. Anyway, it's power transformers with what looks like some kind of
an
rare.
inverted hop sitting on.
I wasn't even gonna try to pronounce that name because I knew how to butcher it.
I'll get a copy from you.
Yep, yeah, make sure we get a copy over there for the record. Anybody else in the room, public comment for or against the continuation of the interim zoning ordinance? I will go back online. Does anybody online for and against have any more comment for the Board of Commissioners today? Not hearing it. We'll go another time in the room, just checking. I'm not hearing it. With that, we'll move on to board opportunity to request clarification of any public statements. Do we have any? Is there any statements made that you would like to ask questions?
I don't, sir.
I don't know.
I don't have any questions. No, I
Okay.
wish they would have each had more time.
So we'll go with one last time for any citizens that has not had the right to make public comment on this hearing proposal to either for or against the interim zoning regulation. Not hearing it. With that, we will close the public hearing to further public comments and further written comments. And move on to discussion by the board. With that, I guess I'll take the liberty. Commissioner X, well, I'm gonna call him Commissioner Sizemore because was a commissioner and he made a very good statement he was conflicted on this issue. And I can totally understand how he was conflicted on this issue. Because on one hand, you're trying to protect people's constitutional rights and you're trying to protect their property rights. And I am a big proponent of private property rights. up until today, I've had an A+ rating with the Property Rights Foundation. But where property rights need to have a pause or need to be controlled is when your property rights interfere with your neighbor's property rights. If we're going to allow you to do something that degrades your neighbor's property rights or impacts them in a health and safety standpoint, in my opinion. So I understand you have to weigh both those sides and try to make everybody happy. But I also agree you have to listen to the people, like multiple people have said through here. Because what many people may not know is when I ran for this seat, I talked about the solar farm that was going to be happening on Knight Road. And I would say for the most part, nobody was paying attention. It wasn't until after I got elected that more people started paying attention. But I also look at, how did I get elected? I got elected because I listened to the people. And I do my job in here every day, not voting how I would want to vote or what benefits me financially or my family or what have you. I'm always going to vote on the side of the people. And I think that's very important. And it should be a very important reminder to all elected officials. Because the consequences the people have is you won't be there very long. And rightfully so. So when we have to weigh private property rights against the health and safety of our community, it's not just preserving ag land, which, yeah, fine, but God, private property rights to me trumps preserving ag land. So is it private property rights over you having to look at solar panels and maybe lowering your property values? Now you're harmed. But when you look at solar panels over potentially losing 300 homes. So in the Bickleton fire, talking with emergency management and DNR, they both said flat out that the Lund Hill Solar Project has about 3.5 feet of grass underneath. If that grass catches fire, they will have to order mandatory evacuations. And evacuations in this county, thank God for Bob Songer, are you probably need to leave, but it's up to you. I'm not going to strong arm you out of your house. Because yeah, they're not strong arming me out of my house either. So I very much appreciate that. But if I was told by emergency management and DNR that if that grass caught fire underneath the solar panels, it would be a mandatory evacuation of not only the residents downstream, but every firefighter anywhere near the smoke. So they thought for sure if that happened, that fire is going to blow all the way to Benton County. Take the Knight Road fire up here. And this is again, where I would say this board throughout the last 10 or 15 years has lacked any forethought. It's all a matter of what works today and not the possible consequences of what can happen tomorrow. And like New York probably did with the people using that statement. If that solar farm was there and that fire took off and you couldn't get the fire crews around in front to stop that fire, and then the fire gets on the panels and now they got to pull back fire support and just watch Pine Forest burn, watch Ponderosa Park burn. And then it burns all the way across the other side of 97 by the time they can get anything on it. Anybody asking for their own private property rights over the health and safety and property values of 300 plus homes. Oh, and by the way, if that happened at Knight Road, both emergency management and DNR said that the entire city of Goldendale would have to be evacuated. Does that trump private property rights? Does that trump some taxing district being able to get a little more tax revenue, or a landowner being able to lease his property? So while I feel for the landowners that were struggling to make ends meet as a farmer, I get it. I understand it. I understand your children might not want to stay in this industry and you don't know what to do and you have no social security value. And I get it. I understand it. But you also have to understand that our job is to protect the people. And I don't know, in my personal opinion, how a commissioner can sit here and vote to protect the people and not vote that it's a bad idea to put solar panels right next to a community like this, especially on the west side of it where the wind's going to blow into the community. So I'm open to discussion from my seatmates. I'm open to debate, but I don't know. I mean, I've had the same opinion for 2.5 years. You can try to change it if you want, but it'll be my recommendation that we extend the emergency zoning ordinance because there's absolutely an emergency present. Just the Cypress Creek fire should show that to the people that never thought it could happen. And that this continues to stay before the planning commission for a permanent regulation fix recommendation from them. And that's what I have to say. Either one of you?
So this for me is a hard conversation, but I need to say it. And Luke, thank you for your comments about this does rest with the commissioners. And over the past 30 years doing the work I've done, I've always respected the commissioners and felt they were wonderful people that dedicated their lives to this job. It's a time-consuming, very hard job. Nobody has an idea. I didn't even have an idea how many hours you put in if you're going to be a good commissioner. But I have to say, the people were sold a bill of goods. And I'm very, very disappointed since 2018 that the call by our planning director who said, we need to redo our regulations. We need to look at that EOZ. We need to rightfully usher in solar the way it needs to be. Do it right for the landowners, do it right for land use planning. And then the world went dark. Nobody brought it up again. It was in none of the meetings. I've read everything trying to find any more information about solar. And it was really disappointing to me that there was a choice by the commissioners not to direct staff to move into that new future of designing a good future for solar in our county. And that also left a fairy tale for the people who believed we have property rights, we can do what we want. In reality, we all know we don't have property rights. We all have laws for everything we have to do. You have to apply for permits for every shovel of dirt you turn. And to say to me that you can turn valuable ag or ag property into an industrial use without going through processes, having a hard look at what that does and having correct permits is just wrong. And it left the idea that somehow we were taking something away from somebody when really we weren't doing our due diligence to make it go through the process. So even those people were protected. Even for them, some of the solar leases are tough. They have a gag order on them. Some people don't have the money for an attorney or the expertise themselves to read those documents. What's to say that those water rights will be left within that document? Those are a property right. And if those water rights are sold out by the solar companies or by someone else during that period of time, ag won't return. We're going to have who knows what in the end with that property when it has to be cleaned up. So that's a problem for me with this is the lack of due diligence and the lack of planning. And our planning director has taken a lot of kicking over this, but she's also an employee and she's been at the direction of her commissioners. And she does the best she can to move through with this. And I hope as a board, we can come to an agreement where we start planning a future and using our departments and our department heads in a way that honors them too, that helps them move to due diligence and good work. As far as the Lund Hill area and that fire, I was out in that area too during that time, ran into a lot of the DNR people, and something that was said about that in a meeting was it made it really, really, really tough to fight those fires because we depend on those planes. We saw it several times in our county now, east or west of White Salmon here on Knight Road. Those planes saved us. The planes and the helicopters coming in saved us. They had a terrible time in that end of the county trying to navigate around the wind towers and the the power lines. They just couldn't plan the flights. They couldn't plan how to get those planes in around because of the wind and how to miss all those obstacles that were blocking them. And then also they can't drop the red retardant that does such a good job. They can't drop it on the solar panels. It's a clay product. It'll break every one of them. So they can't use it in the midst of that solar field if we get that. Edges maybe, but if it gets into the solar fields, they can't use that retardant. So those are consequences that we haven't, unintended consequences is where we're at right now. And it makes it worse. And I believe exactly a legislative fix is due, because anything that's in a hurry is wrong. Every time I get involved in anything, if somebody's in a hurry, there's a problem. And for these permits to be able to be laid down at the state with every availability to ignore everything that's sensible or right or legal or honest to the people who own these properties and the people that live in the areas is just wrong. And legislatively, we have to band together and do the best we can here, but we also need to start working with our legislators and push back and tell the state, get responsible. Don't make this into, well, we can't do anything about it because FSEC's going to do it. Yeah, we can. And the state needs to be called into responsibility on these. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more if you let me sneak in. She brought up a good point where there needs to be a legislative fix. Unfortunately, in this state, that's a little hard. Last year, there was a bill before the legislature that I worked on with Washington State Association of Counties on their legislative steering committee that would regulate how green energy projects are taxed and make sure that they had community benefit. And I pushed that with the Washington State Association of Counties to the point where we had unanimous support from every county in the state supporting that bill, Democrat and Republican alike. It went to the legislature. Green energy projects got their hands on it, manipulated it, changed it, tweaked it in their best interest because they have some politicians in their pocket. So unfortunately, I don't have a lot of, how often do you have a bill that's supported by Democrats and Republicans alike in all 39 counties? This was an opportunity for the legislature to listen to the people. They chose not to. So while I would like to see a state legislative change, I don't know that we can, but I think we can do what we can on a county level to at least throw some roadblocks in front of them. But
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner. And to Mr. Throop, you make a good point. Does the state have the ability to tell us what to do? And as the county government, we are a subdivision of state government. We can only walk as far as commissioners. Our legislative authority only extends as far as the state legislature gives us authority. When it comes to most things, yes, your local land use planning in Washington state is a local decision-making body that is done by your commissioners as the legislative authority. Oregon in the 1970s went a different way, top-down approach from the state. And they have a completely different path in that state. Where we're at though in this situation is because of the creation of FSEC, which was done legislatively, it gives them the ability for preemption, along with the governor to preempt any local plans with regards to large-scale solar, nuclear, coal, gas-fired, any of those type of energy generations, as well as transmission lines. Mr. Cowan pointed out that this has not best been a fight for the last couple of years. This has been a fight when the Knight Road substation was built and they came in and did eminent domain on people's properties. I hear everyone's concerns. I hear everyone's fears and worries. I am a firm believer in private property rights. I think that is, what this nation is built on. I think that in the last few weeks, we've learned a lot of things. In the last week, we've learned a lot of things about the permitting of these projects that hopefully we can use at the FSEC level to make them think very critically about the location of these and the fire danger and what that does. I can't sit here, because usually as the legislative authority, we could sit here and say, we can protect you. We can make sure that that doesn't happen. But because of the state legislature, which I agree with both of my seatmates, we need legislative fix to take away that power that's given to FSEC. The problem is, especially this last year, what we're seeing is that the legislature in Washington is attempting to give FSEC more power and more authority to make decisions that affect local communities in counties. So we're in a weird position. I agree with you, Commissioner Zoller, that anything that happens quickly is usually a mistake, because mistakes get made when it gets done quickly. I brought up the interim zoning in January as the best way we would have in order to limit FSEC's ability to do what they're about to do. My problem is not with voting on this. I voted to abstain from the vote when this was passed because it did not go in front of the county attorney on whether or not that this decision can be upheld, because there's a lot of money at stake on every side. What I found is usually whenever there's a lot of money at stake, somebody's going to sue some way down the line. And so when we create something, I want it to be lock solid. I want to ensure that nobody can come in and say that there's an issue with the process. Because what we found over the years, especially with the Forest Service, is that appeals happen all the time and things get thrown out, whether it's SEPA, NEPA, and it's always on process issues, especially when it comes to zoning. We've seen that in the Houston BZ area where we tried to do the rezoning of that area now, 7 times, and it got thrown out again and again and again. My issue with this is that we didn't take it in front of the county attorney, who was the one who was going to have to stand behind this.
Just for clarification, sir, it was sent to the attorney and he chose not to respond.
This was written in one day when it was done. The planning director started writing at 11 o'clock and we passed it later that day. It did not have, thank you to both my seatmates for allowing me the ability to ask the questions for a public opinion request. And I won't go into the details unless my seatmates want to release that, because technically that's attorney-client privilege. I did have a conversation with the prosecutor before that, before we received this, and I voted to abstain because I was concerned about the process. And Lori always talks about the process of doing it. And I want to ensure that the process is right. I want to ensure that the process is done correctly with regards to what is going in front of the planning commission for changing the actual zoning, not an interim, but actually changing the zoning over the area that the public would like to see the way it's supposed to be done.
So I'd like to address that process point because I am a process person and we do struggle with process as a board. That's why I asked on this workshop this week, we're going to be talking about the commissioner's relationship and how it relates to process and priorities. When we talked about this process of being able to discuss with the prosecutor different things, of course, I value the idea of if you have something you need to talk to the prosecutor, we've all agreed that we'll have that latitude to do that. But for this, I guess I misunderstood because I had not seen the questions that were asked of the prosecutor. I didn't approve of them as content or what they were being asked about. And I would have appreciated, and I think we would have had a better process had the questions come back to all 3 of us for approval, because what we have back is an opinion to the BoCC, but it was really should be just an opinion to one commissioner who asked the questions. I was not involved as a BoCC on that. on that opinion.
Right, but we've agreed that while the chairman can always ask that all of us can ask questions.
Correct.
We don't have to be in alignment for the questions that are asked or how they're asked or who, usually it's staff that writes it up for us.
And I have a problem with
Is
that
it,
process.
I guess I would intervene and ask you if your conversation here, your argument is trying to turn this into a political debate by the Board of Commissioners on the quality of representing they're getting from their attorney. Because it sounds like that's the argument you're trying to make.
No, what I'm trying to do is
Well,
respect.
if you're arguing that legal opinion should be followed based on what was written that is absolute bupkis, that's what it's going to turn into.
Are you saying that the legal opinion is bupkis?
Yes.
What I see is liability based on the legal opinion. What I see is not only is the liability because of the way that we went around adopting this. And I hate to get into, the nitty gritty of the process when we're talking about something so major, but the process, as I'm well aware, is what people will appeal and sue and take the county to task for.
Well, and that process unfortunately is flawed due to what was written back in that opinion. There was some misrepresentation of how that process happened. That was flawed. And so some of his determinations that were made were based off of information that was given to him that wasn't correct.
And I guess I would add that while I understand you're trying to, or my opinion is, you're trying to pacify and not be a no vote on this, although you've been opposed to it for 2.5 years, you've been obstructionary to this board on the issue for 2.5 years. You've done essentially everything you possibly could do to undermine any legal standing we possibly have on the issue. That now you're, well, I'm only opposed to it because of the legal process. Why were you opposed to it 2 years ago? Why were you making agreement with me that we would go through the processes to update our code, but yet I could never get you to do it? So some of these people might believe the hype. I don't believe the hype. I find it bupkis. And I personally am not going to get into the debate. The voters will get into the debate at the next election where they can either choose me or choose you. Hopefully they don't choose both of us. One way or the other, I'll be happy. Because the voters need to be represented. And if your argument is, oh, this is legal, I don't want to get into the debate on the argument, but this board has legislative authority to make land use decisions that are very rarely reversed by a court because of one attorney's opinion that because something wasn't line item stricken on every single thing, the document will not be found legal. I call BS. I'm not an attorney, but it isn't too hard to research legal opinion and court findings that I can pick that literally apart. And when this board has tried to send everything possible related to solar to the prosecutor since the start of this year and gets told, I'm not looking at that, or no, or just doesn't send a response, what are we just going to allow our 4th county commissioner, the prosecutor, to be obstructionist and not allow this board to do its job because he wants the solar panels? So if he can stop us from doing it, then I mean, that's yeah, no, there's bigger fish to fry on the prosecutor front. Do I think we need legal counsel, outside legal counsel? Absolutely. I'm still waiting for a second vote to go to Superior Court judge because I believe I have enough documentation to testify before a judge and get outside counsel in a heartbeat that would then provide this county with outside counsel on all issues related to solar. Because yes, absolutely, we're getting a bad legal opinion, biased opinion with incorrect fasting, incorrect stuff. So we can go there all you want. I'm done debating the issue when the way you debate is not to back up your case, it's to try to undermine other people. And oh, what you did was wrong, or what you did is illegal, and what, just state your facts. If you're pro solar, say the leaseholders should be able to sell their property for their property rights. Just say it. Don't undermine somebody else's case in order to back up your own. That's why I don't debate with you anymore, because it always turns into something. Or me and Lori come in and start this moratorium at the beginning of the year because we had conversations last year about this when it was fully legal, because she was not seated and she was not sworn in. And you go run off to the paper and imply that we're having illegal open public meetings. And that's written in the paper. You just throw us under the bus when you know damn well that any conversation before election is not an open public meeting because me and you had them. But that's how you do your argument. And I guess I'd say I've put up with it for 2.5 years and I'm just not gonna, no, I'm just not gonna do it anymore. So you have where I'm at. If you want to make a statement, continue your statement, that's fine, but just don't try to make a statement without throwing your seatmates under the bus to make your point. That's all I'm asking.
May I continue now?
Sure.
I've purposely not said anything that's within the PA opinion request, because if I did bring it up, then it would make it a public record and it would have access to it. And I'm trying to respect my seatmates while also trying to respect the fact that you say we send things over to the PA and he doesn't respond. And then when the PA does respond, you call it bubkiss. I am in the situation where we have legal counsel. When legal counsel gives us a PA opinion, we have the ability to go against that opinion. But if we do go against that opinion, that creates legal jeopardy, A, for the county, because that person, legal counsel, has to represent the county. Doesn't represent us, represents the county. And so when you go against the legal opinion of not just one, but there's 2 attorneys over there who work on these together, or you ignore those opinions, at some point, it also creates personal liability. And that was the discussion that I'd had previous, is that you're welcome to do whatever you want, but you have to accept the consequences. And I'm not speaking for the prosecuting attorney, but he made it very clear to me that there is an enormous amount of liability with the process, not with the outcome, but with the process. And that's why I've said, in January, we got to follow the right process. Just like you always say, process. And I've seen it from living here and being in the community council and all the times that we went through zoning, how many times it got through the court system and it was thrown out because of process. And I don't want to see that here.
And all of those had legal review. Yes.
At the time.
Yes.
Yes, and even with the legal review, it was still thrown out. And so now we have an opinion, and I can't, in good faith, go against the opinion of the PA for the process. And that was what I was worried about and why I abstained the first time. It's because I was worried about that. I still can't go against the opinion of the PA from the conversations about the process.
You find it question.
But I'm not trying to throw either of you under the bus. Okay.
That statement, you did very well not trying to throw your seatmates under the bus. I appreciate that. I do have a question. It sounds like that legal opinion was asked for on June 14th, according to the email, and it was returned to us literally like a day or 2 days ago, right before this hearing.
3 o'clock yesterday.
3 o'clock yesterday. Do you figure there might be some, and then your first statement today was, hey, because of the legal advice, do you want to postpone the hearing today? sure looks like there's some obstructionist to play that you sit on legal advice for, somebody sits on legal advice for 6 weeks and then miraculously throws it out 24 hours or less before a public hearing, so that we could potentially stall the public hearing until FSEC rules next week. It's just too, yeah, no, I'm sorry you asked the question before, is all trust lost? And because of multiple different scenarios, whether we're talking water rights or internet or whatever, yeah, the answer is yes. And it's again lost with the prosecutor. So I am not going to do nothing and allow an elected official who is in charge of giving legal advice to be obstructionist to the legislative branch and not provide the legislative branch with what it needs to make legislation, because he doesn't agree with the legislation. And like I said, I have multiple now that is the case. So I apologize to the general public for having to be in this debate right now, because we shouldn't be. This should be about the solar issue. You should be weighing your opinion like me that says you believe it's there or you don't believe it's there. We take the vote and move on. But unfortunately, you all get to see how government works in a nutshell. And for most of you, it should be pretty much a tragedy. Some of you probably are used to it, but yeah.
Well, we all know if because we're not allowed to communicate, this is the only opportunity we do have to hash things out, is in a public session. So to be clear though, and I've spoken with staff, we have interim zoning controls currently in place. Okay, when the vote was taken, those zoning controls are in place. This hearing tonight is only the required hearing within 60 days in order to ensure that those can remain in place for the 6 months. And then we make a decision on whether or not they stay or they go, but they're still in control. Whether we decide anything tonight or next week has no impact on what is currently in front of FSEC. There's zero. And there's the major reason for that is because the interim zoning controls were not in place at the time of the application. And so if there was another project that came in today that applied for an application today, we could easily point and say, we have interim zoning controls. This is not consistent. Your land use consistency decision, we are not going to write the letter that says it's consistent with our land use plans. That's easy. I'm not going to lie to the public and say that that's going to protect the public, because FSEC and the governor have preemption authority. What I'm talking about today is we have an opinion. There were options on how to deal with this coming out of that opinion. I asked at the beginning whether or not we would like to postpone this so that we could talk with our council to ensure that we move forward so that we have something that can withstand scrutiny. And that's what I care about, because we already have the interim zoning controls in place. Doesn't matter. They're already, huh?
Do we though?
We have them in place unless somebody wants to sue the county and say that we did it inappropriate, in which case we might not have them. My advice to my seatmates, of course, would be to ensure that we do it the right way, the legal way, with the process, so that we're not asking our staff to write up ordinances in 15 minutes, because that is asking to get litigated and for the county to lose. like you said, if you do something fast, you're gonna make mistakes. We know that that was the case.
Well, I appreciate all your comment. If I ever need legal advice, I'll let you know. Because that's not asking for the county would lose. You don't know, you're not a judge. I've heard many legal opinions from you on many issues, and I haven't seen one of them that was correct yet. So I'm not saying I'm Matlock by any chance, but I think we stand just fine on the legal ground we are on. I find that the document that we created is not illegal. I find the legislative intent of this board will withstand the scrutiny of the decision that you can't change the rule now because the previous board didn't think there was an emergency. Show me the findings of fact that said no emergency was present. That's one of the legal opinions we have, because the previous board, you guys will love this, because the previous board didn't think there was an emergency. This board can't think there's an emergency. So my position hasn't changed and his position hasn't changed. So because Dave Sauter didn't think there was emergency, Lori can't think there's. That's legal counsel. It's absolute bupkis. That's why elections are here. So opinions can change. And when you're using that as legal advice because the findings of fact of the original moratorium said no emergency exists, I would challenge you that maybe that's why I switched my vote to begin with, is to get all those findings of facts pulled out. Because there are no findings of facts in that document. So now you can't challenge this one against that one because that one didn't exist. Technically, that one's illegal because it doesn't have any findings of fact in it. Never been a legal opinion about that. So I'll wait for a judge to decide. I'm feeling quite confident on where we stand. Any other discussion before I would entertain a motion, or I would be happy to step down and make the motion myself. I have it written right here. If there's no further discussion. All right, I'll step down as chairman and move that the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners, acting in our legislative capacity, hereby extend the intern zoning ordinance 0061323, prohibiting large-scale solar development over 1 acre in size within township ranges 314, 315, 316, 414, 415, 416, 417, 515, 516, 517, located within Klickitat County. Furthermore, let it be known that the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners feel that an emergency is still present, that the fire risks are real, and we are taking this action to provide for the immediate preservation and health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Klickitat County, and to protect the customs, culture, natural resources, and resource lands of the residents of the Golden Hills Centerville Valley. My motion is to extend the interim moratorium.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Process. Staff. With this motion, should the motion say the motion directs staff to write an ordinance for signature next Tuesday?
I have not prepared. So don't have anything ready for the board to sign tonight. So, motion will be to direct staff to prepare something for the board to sign.
Yeah, that's fine, because she doesn't have findings of fact until the hearing road. And she has all this fine testimony to go off of. So, yeah, I will add direct staff to prepare the actual document for signature. How long do you think it will actually take? Do you think it will take until next Tuesday? I say, if we're going to be here on Thursday, let's see if we can have it by Thursday. If we can, fine. If we can't, fine too. Actually, no, let's just plan it for Tuesday. We can sign it first thing, and when you get done drafting it, then you can send it over to the prosecutor's office to see if he wants to review it or not.
That was going to be my other thing is I want to make sure we have enough time to send it to the prosecuting attorney's office for legal review, not just review as to form.
Hasn't mattered. Well, amazingly, a refuse to form is legal review. According to the Supreme Court, when you prove something to form, you are acting and telling that there is nothing in that you find that could propose issues down the road. It's not just spellings and grammar. So I'm fine with approved as to form. With that, that is an amended motion and a second. Any further discussion? I guess as we follow the procedure, we will vote on the amendment before we vote on the actual motion. And the amendment was to direct staff to create a document.
An ordinance.
An ordinance.
Findings of fact.
And findings of fact. So all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 All those in favor of the motion to extend the interim zoning controls, say aye. Aye. All those in favor, are all those opposed? All those abstaining?
Aye, based on legal counsel advice.
So, yeah, we got that. 2 in favor, 1 abstaining. And then all 3 in favor of the amendment. Might make your note taking a little tricky. With that, I will state that the public hearing is closed. And any other discussion by the board or by the staff or any questions of us before we adjourn until Thursday's workshop?
No.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Can this meeting be watched later online?
Are you a glutton for punishment?
No, but I really want my wife to see it.
That's not what I would like. I would like to have a nice, calm. This meeting will be recorded and it will be uploaded to the internet like the rest of our meetings that we have on Tuesdays. It might take a few days to be there. But it will be there and there's a section for it. And if you can't find it, call staff and have them guide you to it. But yes, sir. It will be there for your amusement for a long time.
One of the most interesting public meetings I've ever
Been to a lot of them.
Yeehaw, I'm glad I can make your day. All right, if there's nothing further and the public has nothing further, I'm not seeing it, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Well, second.
So moved and so seconded. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn? I will just mention one thing. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being involved in your government and get more involved in your government. Pay attention, volunteer for our citizen boards. Keep your eye on the ball. With that, all those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes.